Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Last May, a few of my friends and I decided to have a birthday celebration for one of our friends that was turning 19. Her birthday was on Friday the 13th, so she wanted to do a sort of Halloween theme with all of us in costumes and then go to a local bar. So, we got all dressed up, some of us in a little more sexier looking costume, and some of us in some dumb costumes. So there was a total of 5 of us. The birthday girl, Mandy, was a witch. Angel, dressed as an angel. I was a zombie. And Cassie and Leila were ketchup and mustard bottles. We all met at Mandy's house and started with a few shots. Cassie didn't really drink, so she was our designated driver that night. And after we had our liquid confidence, we headed out to the bar, no longer fearing what people would think of us being in fall costumes in the middle of May. When we got there, it was actually quite the opposite of what we expected. Some of the patrons took pictures and asked us what the occasion was, and even bought us some drinks, so we were genuinely having a good time there. However, at one point, there was a group of guys that came in, 3 of them. It was one of those moments where they opened the squeaking door, so we all looked and then continued dancing and laughing. As with everyone else that was there, they were staring at us off and on until they finally approached us. They made some cheesy comments about the angel costume and then asked us why we were dressed up, so we again explained that it was for a birthday. They wished her a happy birthday and then bought us all drinks as well. We thought that would be the end of it, but they seemed to linger around, just watching us. None of us were really giving them any attention. Cassie and Layla were dating, and I had a boyfriend, and Mandy and Angel were just doing their own thing and having fun. So, there definitely weren't any signals telling them that they were welcome to stay and hang out with us. However, it was a bar, and no one reserved anything, so they had every right to be over by us too. We were in a smaller section in the back by the dartboard and pool table. And after a while, we all noticed that they would lean in and say something and then look over at us and nod or point. I think we all anticipated what they may have wanted, and we really weren't interested in picking up a date, so we decided to leave and then find another bar. But as we were walking out, one of the guys hollered out asking where we were going, and I said home. We found another bar that wasn't too far from the first one, and we went in to continue our fun. However, those same 3 guys came strolling in not long after us. We all looked at each other, making sure that we weren't crazy, and tried to pretend like we didn't see them. This time, we sat at one of the back tables and decided to order something to eat so we weren't just running on alcohol. But it was only a matter of time that these guys would finally come over, and of course, one of them sat in a chair next to me, and one sat on the other side next to Angel, and one continued standing. They asked us how old we were, and we were hoping if we were honest that they would just leave us alone, knowing that we were still pretty young. But instead, they seemed pretty happy with this idea. They made comments on how good we all looked and offered to buy us more drinks while slipping in the comment about how we must still want some since we lied about going home. I then said something about wanting to get something to eat before going home, which is why we ended up at that bar. But ultimately, we all declined the drinks, now no longer feeling comfortable around them. We ordered a plate of nachos to share, but when it arrived, no one immediately touched them due to the awkwardness of the air. So the guy closest to me pulled them closer and started eating them. And as they were devouring our nachos, they started laughing and talking about themselves, and we didn't know what to do about it. We just sat there looking at each other while occasionally giggling when they said something and laughed. At one point, I had taken out my cell phone and I was texting my boyfriend to let him know what was happening with my left hand, which wasn't exactly easy for me to begin with. However, the guy must have noticed and was obviously mad about it. I could tell by the way he slammed his hand down on the table, and then he said, "Hey, no phones out on the table." And after looking at me angrily, he then started laughing, and so did the other two. To say that I was freaking out would be an understatement. I don't know what their plans were, but I was too afraid to get up and leave, but even more terrified of what might happen if I stayed there. Thankfully, Cassie stood up and started walking away when the guy again said in his booming voice, "Hey, where are you going?" And without flinching, without a stutter or a hint of fear, she said, "To the bathroom." And she kept walking. I only hoped that she had a plan and waited for her to return. It probably felt a lot longer than it actually was, but she finally came back and without acknowledging them, told us that we should go. We all nodded in agreement, but we were all waiting to see who the first person to stand up would be. And that's when Angel shut up real quick and walked towards Cassie. The guys then tried inviting us back to their place for more free drinks, as if they hadn't already terrified the hell out of us. We all declined and finally got the courage to stand up and started walking towards the front of the bar. And of course, they were following right behind us as if they were part of our party. That's when we noticed Cassie's whole plan coming together. At the front of the bar was her dad, in full police uniform, greeting us with open arms. He apologized for being late and then immediately followed up with, "Those guys with you?" We all looked back and noticed that they were just standing around, trying not to make eye contact with us. He then followed us outside, and we were all thanking Cassie for her quick thinking and for him showing up to save us. Her dad has always been such a gentle giant, but not that you could tell just by looking at him. So I felt relieved that those guys seemed to be pretty intimidated by him, or at least the uniform. He followed us back to Mandy's place and made sure no one else followed either. And thankfully, we never saw or heard from them again. We finished our night inside watching dumb horror movies on Netflix and eating all of our snack foods, so we didn't let it ruin our night. We're a lot more careful now when we go out to places like that, and I now have an emergency text set up so I can send it quickly. I, a 20-year-old female, was in a new city, trying to navigate back to my hotel. It was beginning to get dark outside, so I started getting anxious, and I picked up my pace, even though I was on a main road and there was still lots of people around me. In my rush, though, I turned down the wrong road. After a very short amount of time, I noticed that the road looked pretty empty, and it was definitely darker further down. It gave me the creeps, which made me realize that I turned down the wrong road, so I turned around to go back to the main road. That's when I noticed that some guy was walking close behind me. I'm not exactly sure how to explain how close he was. Not so close that he was in my personal place, but he was close enough for me to freak out. He looked creepy too. He was wearing a black sweater with a hood pulled up, and his hands were kept in his hoodie's front pocket, and it looked like he might have been holding something too. I only got a glimpse of the front of him because right after I turned around, he quickly turned around too and then speed walked away from me, back onto the main road, and then vanished around a corner. I don't know if he was stalking me, but it was weird as hell. Why did he turn around right after I turned around? And why did he walk away like that? Did he suddenly realize that he also went down the wrong road? Hi everyone, I work for Gloria Jeans. It's a coffee place here in Australia that sounds a lot like Starbucks. That being said, I've never actually been to a Starbucks. Anyway, the chain is fairly popular around Australia. I've worked here for about 2 years now, and I started when I went to university studying women's studies. I'm still working at Gloria Jeans because the cost of living in Australia is so damn expensive, so I need it as a side job. Basically, I need this job to help me stay afloat. I was serving in the morning rush of people who were waiting with various degrees of patience for their morning coffee, when I noticed a woman that I hadn't seen before. I asked her for her order, and to be honest, I don't remember what it was or her name. It's hard to remember it all, you know. The morning rush was over, and she was still there. There was nothing weird about her, and she didn't give us any trouble like our Karen or Darren characters would. I asked her if she was okay, and she asked me how I was doing. I said I was fine, just the morning rush can be a little bit intense. She asked if she could ask me a few questions, and since it was quiet, and management likes it when we have good rapport with our customers, I agreed with her. She asked if I had a partner, and I said no, not at that moment. I swear, her face lit up. So far, nothing was super weird except that. I apologized to her, and I told her that I wasn't looking for anybody, but she didn't look fazed at all. Each day afterward, she showed up and wanted to speak with me. It was really getting annoying. She would wait there all day and follow me when I had my time off work. I told her that I was on a break and I needed space to eat and rest. She sat at the table across from me, staring and eating her food. She hadn't done anything violent, just being really weird, you know? I asked her to be left alone, and she sulked and got up and left. But she was back again the next day. I talked to my manager about it, and he didn't take it seriously. One day, I had to take my car into the repair shop to get it fixed, so I had to catch the bus instead. I hate taking public transport, but it was either that or an Uber, and I wanted to save up some cash. Anyway, she was on the same bus, and then she got off at my stop. I had to sneak through different apartment blocks to hide from her, so she wouldn't know where I lived. I told my manager what happened, and finally, he asked her to leave the store. I tried ignoring her. One day, I had to work late and I was walking out to where I parked my car. 2 things were wrong. She was sitting on my car, and she was waiting for me. I said, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" And she said that she had been waiting for me and that she had missed me. I told her to leave me alone and I drove home. Well, this was where I made a big mistake. I didn't realize that she put an AirTag on my car and then found out my address. Over the next couple of months, I was sure someone was looking through my windows. One of my plants was also stolen. I'm not sure if it was her or not. And I noticed strange little bottles on my front step. It was incredibly strange. I didn't see her at my house until I realized that I forgot to take the bins out, so I did that. I came back inside, I closed and I locked the door. And then, I came back to see her sitting in my living room. I let out a scream when I saw her and the maniacal grin on her face. She told me that she had been waiting so long for this, So I ran to my phone and I called the cops while she tried to take the phone from me, screaming at the top of her lungs that she loved me and that I was hers. I was backed up into the kitchen when she grabbed one of the knives, threatening me with it, and I punched her to get her away from me. That crazy bitch started slicing into her own arms. It was the most insane thing that I have ever seen in my life. My neighbors heard the screaming, and the police and the ambulance came to take her away. She had lost a lot of blood, and surprisingly, the cops got her to drop the knife. I don't know what I would have done if they were forced to kill her in my home. She was arrested, and I think she was sent to a mental health facility. I do hope she's okay, but I'm just happy to be done with it. So I have a story about a guy that I met on the internet that ended up being, well, I think creep is probably an understatement, but it's the best word that I can think of to define him. I'm sure that some people out there have more appropriate choice adjectives for him, but creep works for me. Anyways, this was a good number of years ago. I was pretty active on social media platforms that doesn't exist anymore. I had garnered a decent following by posting stupid pop culture memes and references. Pretty shallow, I know, but it was fun, and I was like 16 at that time, and I liked the friendships that I was making, mostly because I didn't have many friends in real life. Most of the people that hung around my page were pretty decent, honestly, and I rarely had to block anyone or report anyone. One day, I got a message from someone that had followed me, saying that they enjoyed my page and that they thought that I was a pretty cool person. Obviously, they hadn't met me, and I didn't put much in ways of personal information out on the page. But again, I was young, and that kind of validation was something that I wanted. They seemed pretty normal at first, just telling me that they liked my content and about how much they liked the show or that band. It was a pretty normal conversation for the most part, and then they followed up with a pretty common ASL, which for those that don't know means age, sex, and location, asking for information about me. I told them that I was 16 and female, but then said that I didn't really want to give out my location. The other person said they were 19, male, and that they lived in the same state that I actually lived in. Obviously, he didn't know that, but I was a bit irked to see that he did live in the same state. He didn't push me at all to tell him where I lived, so although I was a bit, I said irked earlier, but I don't know if that's the word, I still tried to talk to him because he didn't know that I lived in the same state as him. We talked every once in a while, just chatting about whatever, mostly him telling me about the movies and things that he liked. But then, out of seemingly nowhere, he started hounding me and asking me for more information on who I was and telling me that he loved me. I told him that he was being a creep, and if he didn't stop, I was going to have to block him. Then, he threw out, Go ahead and block me, Caitlin, if it will make you feel better about yourself." I was sufficiently freaked out because I'd never told him my name, and there was no indication that my name was Caitlin on my page. So, I immediately blocked him. The fact that he knew my name told me that he had somehow gotten information on me, and I wasn't going to risk him being a creep even more than he had already. But, of course, if that was the end of it, this would be a rather boring story. And this was certainly not the end of it. I thought that he was going to go away after being blocked, but he was just getting started with me apparently. The next day, I got a direct message from an account that had literally no information associated with it. To the best of my knowledge, this site required information like a name and such, but the name was blank, the picture was plain white, and the description on the account was, "Not done with you yet." I knew right away who it was going to be, and I wasn't surprised when I saw that the message was, "I have something for you." I stupidly said, "What do you want?" And he responded with an incredibly inappropriate image. I won't describe it, but one can guess what it was. I blocked his account too, but it didn't matter. Every other day, he was messaging me with gory images, naked pictures of himself, and other various disgusting images. It hit a point where I ended up logging off my account entirely and just basically forgetting it existed. For about 2 weeks, this was sufficient enough to stop him from being able to harass me. Until I checked my email one day and saw a message from an email address that was just random characters. And sure enough, when I clicked that message, I knew it was him. The message was a picture of me from the prior year's school yearbook. It had my first and last name, my home address, my school address, and another very disgusting photo of a part of his body. This was where I knew I had to end this. I needed to get someone else involved. I ended up bringing it up to my mom. I was a bit slow with explaining it, but after a while, I basically just put it out there that this guy now knew where I lived, went to school, and had my full name in my picture. I showed her the email, and she told me that we needed to tell my dad, and that he said that we needed to take it to the police. Thankfully, the police did take it very seriously because this was a fairly credible threat, and he was sending adult content to a minor. We ended up making the report, and my parents basically told me that I wasn't allowed to use the computer anymore, and they informed my school of the situation too. That way, if someone was found around the school, or if anyone came up for me, they would know that it could be this guy. Even worse, that's exactly what happened and how this all ended. It was about 2 weeks later, and there was an announcement over the intercom that the school was going on lockdown and that all students needed to remain in the classrooms. We were all a bit curious and scared. This was the early 2000s, so it wasn't a common thing to have to go through these kinds of things. After several hours, they announced that the lockdown was over, and then my teacher got a call, and then they asked me to come to the office. When I got there, my parents were there, and I had to sit with them, the administration, and also the police to discuss my situation. Apparently, this guy had come into my school and told the front office that he was my uncle, Ronald, which was my uncle's name, and he was an emergency contact for me, and that he was there to come get me out of class for the day because I had a doctor's appointment. Thankfully, the front desk knew my uncle and had his picture on file on the computer, and this guy was not him. Plus, they knew that there was a potential threat with this rando, and they asked him to wait in the lobby while they called me down. They then called the school resource officer and immediately cuffed this guy. A fun fact about this creep, he was in his mid-40s, not like 19 like he said, and he didn't actually live in the state. He was from Texas. I know I didn't mention where I live, but it was nowhere near Texas, which meant that he already knew where I lived when he asked, and that's why he said that he lived in my state. I have no idea what this guy's intentions were, though I can kind of make some incredibly disturbing assumptions. But I'm glad that I ended up talking to my parents about it. I was banned from the computer for something like 2 years at my house, and I was fine with that. It was nice having the validation of strangers, but it clearly came at the cost of my own safety and security. and that was absolutely not worth it. In the end, he went down for a number of things, including for the content he had on his hard drive, and I don't think he's going to be getting out of prison, like, ever. I'm thankful for that, because I never want to meet him, ever, again. So me, an 18-year-old female, and my boyfriend Jordan went to Walmart for some quarantine shopping. You know, stuff to keep ourselves entertained, some basic health supplies, and most importantly, aromatherapy materials for me. Something important to this shopping trip is that I have extremely high anxiety and a bit of a paranoia disorder from abuse that I suffered as a child. This is important to note for two reasons. One, it's the reason that I went to the candle section in the first place, as I use aromatherapy to help with my anxiety. And two, with my paranoia, I often downplay dangerous situations in my head because I make myself think that I'm overreacting when I'm not. Now, on with the story. As Jordan and I were walking through Walmart, I thought I noticed a guy trailing us. I thought nothing of it and chopped it up to me being paranoid and decided not to tell Jordan, which I would later regret. Despite my internal decision that I was just being paranoid, I decided to test my theory and told Jordan that I wanted to go look at the stickers. We went into the sticker aisle and the guy walked past us, looking at us as he did. After the guy was out of sight, I broke down crying, but I didn't want to alarm Jordan, so I told him that the virus was just really stressing me out. Jordan calmed me down and we went on our way to the candles. As I was looking for my different scents that I would need to help myself get through the quarantine, Jordan decided to go look at some hardware nearby for some projects that he was going to work on during his quarantine too. We didn't quarantine together. I thought nothing of it, and I decided that I would just stay by the candles until he got back because I can be a bit of a wanderer and I didn't want to cause more stress than necessary. But not more than 10 seconds after Jordan walked away, I felt a pair of eyes on me. Something in my gut told me that it was the same guy from before, but I was too scared to turn around and check for myself. I stood there frozen in panic for about 30 seconds when I hear footsteps approaching from directly behind me. They come towards me, stop for a moment, and I then hear them walking away. And then they turn around and I hear them approaching me once more and then stopping a few feet behind me. This entire time, I can't see who is behind me because I'm just paralyzed with fear. But after about 2 minutes, Jordan finally comes back up and gently wraps one arm around my waist, giving me a knowing look. We decided that we were done with shopping, even though we didn't have everything that we needed. We checked out and then went home. Later, Jordan told me that he had noticed the guy following us earlier, and he watched the guy standing about 5 to 6 feet behind me as I was looking at the candles, just staring at me. The guy then walked closer to me, noticed Jordan looking at him, and changed course to look like he was going to a different aisle. Then when he thought that Jordan had left, he walked even closer to me, standing about 4 feet behind me, again staring. That's when Jordan decided that this guy was up to something and then came back by me. I am so thankful that I had Jordan there with me because who knows what could have happened if he wasn't there. This is a story that pops back up in my mind from time to time. I've told it to a few people, but I definitely feel like it deserves its place in here. It's for sure one of the scariest moments that I have ever had as a child. Back when I was around 10 years old, my mom finally decided that it was time for her to start taking her driver's license. When she began taking lessons, she was struggling a lot. For that reason, my dad decided that he wanted to do some practice with her besides the official driving lessons with her instructor, just to make sure that she would pass the upcoming test first try. My little brother and I were attending swimming lessons at this nearby university at that time. Behind a forested area near the university lays this huge student parking area surrounded by trees, which turned out to be basically empty every weekend. My dad saw the opportunity to take my mom here to drive around for a bit and practice, and brought my little brother and I with them since we were too young to stay home alone. So we brought a football with us. When we arrived to the parking lot later on in the evening, my parents began their practice. My little brother and I quickly got bored though, so we asked if we could go over to this little grass field on the side of the parking lot to play some football. My parents let us, since they'd always be able to keep their eyes on us while driving around. And after playing for some time, my parents ended up driving around in the other end of the parking lot. They were approximately 300 to 400 meters away from my brother and I. But suddenly, this white Toyota pulls into the parking lot. We were playing almost right at the exit or entrance. The car turns around and then stops on my right side with a vehicle facing the exit. The driver rolls down his windows and presents himself as Thomas. He looked friendly, he was good looking, and he was also young. I guess maybe around 30. Well, this is where things started to get weird. On the passenger seat was a woman covering her face with a newspaper. All I could see was long blonde hair, and on the back seat was a baby sat in a baby chair. Thomas immediately states that he is from the police and that we have to get in the car immediately as he has to talk to us. My brother actually took 2 steps towards the vehicle, but I stuck my arm in front of his chest as I was sensing that something was really off about this. The woman was still covering her face at this point, not saying a word. Thomas then raised his voice and then told us once again to get in the car or else he'd had to come out and get us. My brother and I froze out of fear. Suddenly, the woman put the newspaper down, showed her face and told us in the most calm motherly voice to just listen to the man, okay? The woman looked young and pretty, like a person who wouldn't hurt a fly. But at this moment, I began screaming as loud as I could. What we hadn't seen at that point was that my dad was already running as fast as he could towards us. He was coming from behind the vehicle, so we didn't see it. My parents didn't have time to drive to us since the road down the parking lot was twisted all the way. When my dad heard my scream, he started yelling as loud as he could, saying, "Hey, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck away from my children!" And as soon as Thomas heard my dad and realized that my brother and I weren't alone, he threw his car into gear and took off as fast as he could. He most definitely looked like a person who shat himself when he saw my dad. My dad was furious and told my brother and I to hurry back to the car. He didn't even think about calling the police at that point. He just wanted to beat up that guy himself. That resulted in us driving around for the next hour, trying to find him before my dad cooled down and decided that he should probably just call the police. We never found out who these people were. But this episode taught me to never judge a book by its cover. People can be the most friendly-looking people in the world and still wish evil upon you or the ones that you love. I'm not sure what these people would have done to us, But I am sure about one thing though. They definitely weren't from the police. A couple of years ago, my boyfriend planned a surprise birthday party for me, and I was sufficiently surprised by it. It was also where the story of mine took place. Well, to go back a little bit first, my boyfriend and I have been together since high school. After we graduated, we started attending different colleges, and he was a few hours away, so he was staying in the dorms. I was attending a local community college, so I found an apartment within my budget with the plans of my boyfriend moving in when he was done. College was fine for the most part. It seemed like the normal school stuff. I met some new friends, had some from high school attending there too. The schoolwork and the teachers were fine as well. But there was one guy that I could never really get away from though. That was Ricky. Ricky was in the same program as me, so I saw him a lot. One of the classes had a project that we had to work on in groups, and I was paired with Ricky and another girl named Micah. Micah was pretty cool though. She was typically more reserved, but she was kind and very smart. I was happy to be on her team really. Then Ricky, he seemed like he was trying to show off since he was teamed up with two girls. He would talk about things he's done, like stunts or past jobs, that all seemed to end the same way. He would say that the atmosphere changed, or he didn't really like the new management, so he would quit. I could tell Micah couldn't care less and just wanted to talk more about the project, and I was a little more willing to cut him off, which is what I did. I would steer the conversation back towards our work. This is probably where my view of Ricky really started to shift. While working on the project, he started rambling about something, and Micah spoke up and said, "Can you please stop talking about yourself for one session?" I kind of chuckled and made a comment about making the quiet girl tell him off. I guess he realized he was outnumbered, so he just got up and left the room. We continued working and got the most done we had compared to the last sessions. Ricky then ended up catching me in the parking lot later after that class and stopped to talk to me. I wasn't rude or anything, I just treated him like I would anyone else. He asked me a few questions about the project, and then when the conversation seemed to die down, I started saying something about needing to go, when he interjected and said, You wanna go make out in my car?" With the most serious look on his face. Not knowing how else to react, I just started laughing, and his face didn't change. So I stopped laughing and asked if he was serious, but he didn't respond, so I just said no thanks and that I had a boyfriend. And then he laughed and said, "Oh, okay, cool," before waving and walking off to get in his car. I just stood there, confused for a quick second, and I then went and got in my car and immediately called my boyfriend to tell him what had happened. The whole time laughing about the awkwardness of that moment. My boyfriend laughed too and thought that it was weird, but then asked if he had ever done that before or tried flirting with me or someone else, and I told him not that I was aware of. He said the guy just seemed awkward, but to be careful because you never know, and I agreed with him. So the next class was pretty weird. I tried not making eye contact with him while we worked, but I could tell the whole time that he was just staring at me with a stupid grin on his face. It was obvious Micah noticed this too, probably made it more obvious when in the middle of working, he again said, "You sure you don't want to make out?" Micah looked just as embarrassed as myself, and I again told him no. The session ended pretty soon after that. However, this did not deter Ricky. Anytime that I saw him, he would ask that, whether it was in the parking lot, in the school, even if he was around other people. I told my boyfriend each time, who started to become more concerned and suggested that I tell someone at school, which I did. However, all they said was that they would have a talk with him, and that's it. So, he stopped being so verbal about his advances, but instead, he decided that he would wink, make some kissy faces at me, or make other suggestive hand motions at me. And now, I was really starting to get creeped out. Thankfully, the teacher was actually understanding and said Micah and I could continue working without him, since we were doing all of the work anyways. And the teacher even gave us permission to work in the teacher's area if we needed a place to get away from him. But it seemed like the less that I saw him, the more aggressive he would become. I saw him one time in the parking lot and tried to guilt trip me about the project. I told him that he needed to talk to the teacher about it, as it wasn't our choice, and he made another suggestive remark. I told him he was disgusting and being really creepy, and I quickly left as he stood in the parking lot with that same stupid grin. The last event I mentioned happened the week before my birthday, and between that and Ricky making me feel gross, I decided to cut classes the following week. I got most of my assignments from my teachers ahead of time, which was really nice. That way, I didn't have to be behind, and I told Micah so we could schedule time outside of class to meet up. My boyfriend was going to be doing the same and driving up to stay with me for the week, so I was pretty excited, and I didn't want anything to ruin our week. My boyfriend, Adrian, showed up within the next day or two, and we had a nice day together. Adrian said he wanted to take me somewhere specifically for my birthday, so he suggested that I get my oil changed. I had a better car, so we usually drove mine when he came up. He also encouraged me to go meet up with Micah that day in case I didn't feel up to it after my birthday celebrations. I was talking about the adult things that I wanted to get out of the way, so we had more time to spend together. So this was a load off, knowing that he was okay with me doing this all on the same day. So he sent me off with a hug and a kiss, and he stayed at my apartment and said that he might go visit with his parents. So the day went fine, and about the time that I was finishing up with Micah, I texted Adrian, and he even told me that I could invite Micah back and we could all go have dinner or something. I thought that it was convenient because she had asked me if I wanted to grab something to eat anyways, so we headed back to my apartment. Then, neither of us were expecting to have people scream surprise as I opened the door. This man had this whole party planned out, and I, none the wiser, thought that he was just being nice and having me do all this stuff. Anyways, the party was great. There were probably about 15 or 20 people there, including both of our parents and friends. And when we did the cake, Adrian was teasing me about something, and I ended up putting cake on his face. This started him trying to wipe it on me, while others around us were taking pictures and laughing too. It was legitimately a great time for me. But shortly after this though, while I was wiping my face off, Micah came over to me and softly asked if I invited Ricky or if my boyfriend was friends with him by chance. I was at first confused by this because she knew how creepy he was being, and even if I knew about this party, I sure as hell would not have invited him. She motioned towards the living room, and I rushed in there to see him helping himself to the food on my table. I had so many things circling in my head. The people here were all pretty close friends, including only 2 from the college that I had met. So the people that were here were invited either by text or a Facebook message. I had no idea how he found out about the party, and even more concerning, how he knew where I lived. I didn't want to cause a scene, and to be honest, I didn't know how he would react, so I just said his name. He looked up at me and said something along the lines of, "Oh, haha, there's the tease." I asked him what he was doing here, and then just bluntly said that he wasn't welcome here, and he started going off, saying some pretty nasty things about me. I was scared, I was angry, and I was embarrassed since our parents were there. Adrian had gone to the restroom to clean up, so he walked out while this was happening and tried asking what was going on, but I think he figured it out pretty quickly. He started approaching Ricky, telling him that he needed to leave now before we called the cops, and his face lit up. He really said, "Oh, is this the guy you've been cheating on me with?" Then, he tried making these crazy accusations of us. Not only were they completely false, but I could feel myself getting red as my parents and his parents were looking like they were getting uncomfortable. Adrian started getting a bit more aggressive towards him and pushing him towards the door, and my dad also started walking towards the door too. Ricky tried to give one last hurrah, saying he would fight Adrian for me, and then pulled out a knife. I was terrified at this point, and there were a few of us shouting, but thankfully, nothing else happened. My dad used to be a security guard, so he managed to do something to make him drop the knife, and Adrian helped knock him to the ground. They had him restrained pretty well, and I went to grab my cell phone to call the cops. The whole time, Ricky is still going on and on about things he has done to me and wants to do to me, to the point that Adrian ended up hitting him in the head pretty hard. It didn't knock him out though, and he just laughed. That felt like forever, but the police finally arrived and arrested him. And after they left, we tried to pull the party back together, which was pretty rough for me. I had locked myself in my bedroom for a bit because, I was pretty embarrassed, mostly by the things he was saying. They were all false, but the fact that he said all of that in front of people and in so much detail was horrible. He had to have thought all of that out, like fantasized it, which still grosses me out thinking about it. And I eventually came out after my mom and Adrian came and talked to me and also convinced me that everyone else was back to having fun. Overall, this made me file a restraining order. I told the school about it, and they seemed to reluctantly make changes so that I didn't have to see him anymore. I had a few online classes, and I'm sure that they changed things for him because we were never on campus on the same day, it seemed. However, he did try to press charges on Adrian, but nothing happened with that, thankfully. Like, he dropped the charges or something because he got papers saying that it was dropped or dismissed. I don't really remember. But that was probably one of the most memorable birthdays that I ever had, and I hope that I never see Ricky again. I'm using a throwaway account, so if my stalker is reading this, he doesn't get insights into my current life from the usual Reddit activity. I'm that paranoid. It's a very long story, but I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice if I don't write things out from the beginning. I've wanted to write about this for a long time now. It's such a nuisance of a situation, and it seems like any time that I find a semblance of mental peace, this piece of shit comes out of the woodwork to make sure that I still remember he's out there. This guy, let's call him Marvin, was in my circle of friends for a bit in high school and my early college years, late 2000s and onwards. He dated a good friend of mine, Alice, and we'd hung out both with her and with other friends too. We would sometimes smoke weed together and etc., but he and I weren't very close at all. He had some odd sense of humor, but I was kinda oblivious to the darker aspects of his personality till he cheated on my friend at a party. Well, according to his close friends, and then he lied about it. I was protective of my friends, and while I never interfered in their relationships, when my friend asked my input about it, I told her she deserved better than to be lied to. To be clear, even his friends said this to her, but she continued seeing him as a friend with benefits. We even hung out together in groups, but she mentioned to me many times that he's manipulative. Besides the cheating incident, she told me other instances of him acting callously. Once, when he was walking with Alice and her best friend, who he didn't like because he thought she was ugly, they dropped off Alice, and instead of walking her friend home, he just ditched her without saying anything. It was dark out. My friend also told me that the first time that they had sex, well, she didn't recognize it as assault at that time. Looking back, she realized he has raped her. He was very forceful and hurtful, and she didn't realize that was wrong because she was infatuated with him. He had a tendency to make silly homoerotic jokes, and this wasn't uncommon with guys that I knew at that time. He had gay friends and didn't have an issue with them publicly. But I remember once that this gay kid had a crush on him and was sending flirtatious comments on MySpace. Instead of just telling him that he's not interested or not actually gay, he flips out on him. He calls him a slur and viciously insults him in a tirade on his MySpace comment. Things started to get a little messier around 2010 to 2011. One day, Marvin gets into a car accident with his mom. His mom had some minor injuries. Alice had a great relationship with her, so she visited them. I don't know the full context, but something about the way the interaction went triggered Alice to tell Marvin that she thinks he's a sociopath. Probably the worst thing she could have done, but alas, out of my control. He's a good-looking guy and very fit guy, and definitely had some obvious narcissistic traits, but I'd never really learned much about sociopaths beside watching Dexter. So when she told me and the other friends about what she deduced, it was both eye-opening and a little freaky. We briefly worked together at a retail store, and I saw him getting close to the younger brother of a friend of mine from school who worked with us. He was a chubby kid with low self-esteem, and he admired Marvin's fitness and confidence. Marvin started working out with him, and this kid would always talk about how awesome Marvin is. But instead of just minding my business, I felt compelled to interject, and I messaged him one day just telling him to be careful about letting Marvin get too close, as he can be a bit manipulative. This is among the biggest regrets of my life. Of course, he tells his idol what I said, and while we remained cordial, clearly he knew what went down. He eventually leaves the job and goes into hiding after working a scheme to steal big-ticket items with the help from several team members, including my friend's brother. Another time, Marvin and I were smoking weed at the house of an old friend of mine. My friend, let's call her Diana, was a very trusting person and an incredible host. I was high out of my mind, and Marvin was kinda being highly complimentary of my friend who hosted us. Again, my stupid, nosy protective instincts kick in, and I grin and comment something like, I know what you're doing. He was probably just earnestly making connections, and I assumed that he must have manipulative intent based on what his girlfriend said. Alice told me that he's mentioned how I'm too judgmental and opinionated. He also didn't like that he felt that I and our other mutual friends were trying to interfere with their relationship. To be clear, I wasn't trying to hook up with this girl. I genuinely just didn't want to see my friend hurt. But she continued seeing him as a friend with benefits long after people told her to be wary, and at that point, I wasn't spending energy to try and nudge her. At some point though, she did break things off for good with him. The timeline is a little messy here, but in between the above incidents, I got a text from Marvin saying that he took acid and came to the realization that he's a sociopath. He then tells me some sad story about his family and says if he can't make himself become empathetic and feel things deeply, he would just kill himself. Being naive and not wanting anyone to die, I tell him that there's plenty of people who just want surface level connections, so he doesn't need to kill himself. He can just find other people like him. Looking back, I realize no one tells people they're a sociopath unless they're trying to scare them. And he probably told me this because he knew that Alice talked to me. He never thought much about her intellect, and he probably figured that I was the one who told her the theory that he's a sociopath. We fall out of touch after their full breakup, and with him hiding after the theft incident, and I deleted his number. At some point though, we connect on Facebook, and he basically tells me that he got addicted to coke while doing criminal business in Europe. He went to rehab and claims a psychiatrist diagnosed him as a psychopath. Of course, using the term more likely to be linked with violent behavior, and one that's not even a clinical diagnosis. My stomach sank. I didn't know how to react to this. I asked him how it made him feel to know for sure, and he said that it made him aware of his power. He then said that he respects me and would never hurt me, and I just blocked him not long after this. My last mutual contact with him was him texting me in 2012. His message was vague and provocative. He said, "I'm coming." I asked who this was, and he dodges the question to coax me to admit that I knew. I asked what he wants and that I don't appreciate feeling threatened. He told me that I'm so defensive and that he just wanted to say hi to me. And I told him that I think it's uncool that he's trying to mess with me because I have a weaker ego than him. He says something strange about how I should never talk down about myself or something like that. Well, I just blocked his number again. This was 2012, and since then, 2 or 3 times a year, I'll get an Instagram follow request from a new profile he's created. Sometimes, it's obviously him, and sometimes, it will be a weird spam-looking profile, but following mutual or former friends. My heart rate goes up every time that this happens. Sometimes I don't block right away because I don't want to make it obvious how much this puts me on the edge. I usually keep my social media on private, but once I opened my Twitter so I could participate in some contest, and I kid you not, within 3 days, a faceless account only following a few accounts starts following me again. He's made a Spotify account and followed me, and Spotify doesn't let you block people, so instead I just had to restrict what I share. I've often thought about starting a podcast, but this whole ordeal has made me hesitant to ever want to raise my profile to a point of being found by him. A friend of ours committed suicide a few years ago, and I'm ashamed to say that I almost didn't go to the funeral in case he showed up. I get terrified when I get calls from strange numbers. I got worried that I'd bump into him when I believed that we were both in my hometown at the same time. I don't know what his goal is, and that's what bothers me the most. Is this his punishment for me for getting involved in his affairs over a decade ago? On the one hand, he's never made overt threats to me. He knew where I lived growing up, and I was there for many years after our last conversation. I spent many nights concerned when strange cars parked outside, but thankfully I never had an issue. On the other hand, I don't know what he's capable of and if he's connected to dangerous people. He's moved back and forth between our hometown and other places several times and apparently changed his name along the way. My therapist suggests that perhaps he envies my large circle of deep relationships, as he clearly has issues with his own identity. But it's disturbing for me that I'm still on his mind after a decade of not communicating. I keep praying that he finds someone else to fill his boredom, then making sure that I don't forget he's out there. My friends have told me that it's silly to worry about this, but it's hard when I'm having a good day and suddenly see an Instagram notification that sucks the oxygen out of the room. I've spent 10 years anxious and in fear because of his cruelty, and I honestly wish that he kept his word about what he'd do if he couldn't find a way to be a normal human being. A 21-year-old female was visiting my cousin in a neighboring city. She lives in a middle-of-nowhere suburb with a high crime rate. Her specific area is more secluded and safer, but you have to ride the bus through the shady part first just to get there. I rode the bus to the center of the city, and then I got on another bus towards the suburb. When I got on, I paid my fare, and I quietly asked the ticket guy to announce my stop. He said that it would be a long way. I huddled in a seat towards the tail of the bus, and I waited for the bus to depart, keeping a close watch over my possessions. As the stops came and went, the bus became packed and a lady sat next to me at some point. Sitting across from me, on the front of the bus, was a man that looked to be in his late 20s, chatting with a group of his friends. And he kept staring at me. When the lady next to me got off the bus, he rushed to get up, walking towards me, presumably to sit next to me. But thankfully, another passenger was faster and then took the seat, so he went back to his friends. I remained composed, but my gut was telling me that something was very off about this. In that moment, the ticket guy, who was handing out tickets to the new passengers, loudly tells me that my stop is in 2 stops. I see the creep look at the ticket guy, then at me, and then exchange a look with his friends. We had reached the middle of the nowhere part of the suburb, where the stops were literally in the middle of nowhere, with a few sparse buildings and absolutely no people on the street. And it had started to get dark. At this point, I was aware that I needed to think fast, and think fast I did. The bus came to a stop and the doors opened, and I waited until the last moment. I got up and I made my way towards the doors at the end of the bus. The guy jolted up from his seat and hurried his way to the other door, which was in the middle of the bus and closest to him. He walked out right before the doors closed, but I remained inside. When he realized that I didn't get off, he started following the bus. I still wasn't safe because he knew that my stop was next. So I then talked to the ticket guy and the driver, and God bless their hearts, they kept watch over me. They let me ride the bus to the end of the line and back, and my cousin's family waited for me at the bus stop on the way back. At the time of this story, I was 14. As well as being younger, I had developed crippling anxiety and depression, and all I'll say is that I was, and still am, very vigilant about my surroundings. On this day, I had planned to stay the night at a friend's house. I had never stayed at her place before, it was always mine. And for you to understand the story, I need to explain the layout of this house. It was located on a sloped hill, and when you drove down a steep road, the first part of the house that you would see was big and expansive. It looked like an old mansion. If you continued driving down, you would be met with two semi-separated buildings. Both were small and rundown. And when I say small, I mean one of them was just a bedroom, and the other was a bedroom and a small bathroom and kitchen. There were no doors inside, just a piece of cloth to separate the bathroom entrance from the kitchen. My friend's room was the bedroom, and her mom lived in the other section, which was the bathroom and the kitchen. The landlord of the property lived in the main house, which is the big mansion. It was located in the middle of the woods, and when I say that, I don't mean it lightly. I mean, all you could see was expansive Australian forest. Australian rainforests are incredibly dense, and if you tried to walk through, you would most likely receive some type of bite, whether that be a spider, an ant, a leech, and etc. I'll cut to the first thing that happened. Me and my friend had walked into her mom's flat. I don't remember why, I forgot why. I think we were either hungry or I was asking how to get reception, because there was none. And then we called out for her mom. She was in the bathroom, and as we walked past a small window, I heard a, "Yeah?" coming from outside. I turned to my friend, and then she looked at me the same way I was. We were so confused. If her mom was in the bathroom that was right in front of us, why did we hear a male voice coming from right outside? We brushed this off as to not scare ourselves, and then we continued having fun in my friend's room. For a little more context, the landlord used half of her room as storage and blocked off the back section of the room with a tall shelf and a divider. There was a huge glass sliding door at the front of her room, and in the blocked off back section, there was another door. You couldn't get to that door unless you squeezed through a section outside. Now, I'm skipping forward a little to nighttime. Me and my friend had to go to the bathroom, so we slinked out of her room and then walked to her mom's flat. Her mom was fast asleep, so we used the bathroom as quietly as possible and then we exited. As we were making the small walk back to my friend's room, we saw something out in the woods. A pair of eyes, looking directly at us from behind a tree. We panicked and froze. I pulled out my phone and I took a photo before we sprinted back into her room, locking the glass door behind us and drawing the curtains. It's not a reach to say that we were already freaking out. We looked at the photo, and sure enough, when I brightened the image, there was what looked to be a man staring at us from the dark woods. We were extremely scared, but I called my mom, who was about an hour away, and she just dismissed us. Sure, after that we were still scared, but it was a little comforting. After a while, we relaxed and chalked it up to our imagination playing tricks on us. We pulled out my laptop, and then we put on a movie. I don't remember which movie, but it was some cheesy rom-com. Maybe 20 to 30 minutes into the movie, we froze and paused it. Footsteps. Footsteps crunching on the dry leaves right outside her room. We listened in horror as the footsteps moved through the tight alley that led to the back door. We both moved slowly, standing on the bed to look over the room divider. And our eyes were locked on the back door. And after a moment of complete silence, it turned. The doorknob wiggled slowly before it became faster. The door couldn't be opened as it was jammed against objects that were in storage. And then it stopped. No more noise. But we were crying and we were holding each other in our arms, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Then the footsteps slowly crunched off the leaves in the opposite direction, back to the front of her room. We both didn't hesitate now, and I reached for my phone and we called the police. And after trying to explain the situation to the operator on the other end, she told us that a unit was being dispatched and that we should stay where we were. Then, as we were still crying and hyperventilating, we heard a phone ringing. It sounded like an old landline phone, one with a harsh and loud beeping. It was coming from the landlord's mansion. We waited silently, listening to the drawn-out ringing of his phone. And after what felt like at least 2 minutes, it stopped. And then we heard his voice as he talked to the operator. At this time, we both noticed another thing. Fingerprints on our window. These windows were slated glass that you can open up with a lever. Whoever left these prints reached up, cupped their hand around to the top of the glass, and then dragged their fingers on the dust. It wasn't there before. Soon, the landlord walked to her mother's unit and told her that the police called him. He seemed extremely upset and told her that he made sure that they didn't send a unit. Her mother came to her room and we explained the situation. And both the landlord and her mother didn't seem to be bothered by the fact that a man just tried to enter our room. I couldn't stay the night, and neither could my friend. We were too scared to spend another minute there, and I called my mom and she came to get us at about 11 p.m. to 12. We dropped my friend back the next day, and when we got there, her mother told us something that I don't think I can pass up as a coincidence. The night it happened, it was raining, and there was strong wind around, but nothing strong enough to do this. Next to her mother's unit, she had a pole that held beads and fairy lights. And during the night, right after me and her were picked up, it had been knocked down. Keep in mind that this pole was literally embedded into the cement and then tied to the other items with zip ties. There was no way that that could have been the wind. That pole was sturdy. I still am unsure of an explanation to all of this. It may have been her landlord, but I'm not too sure. It could have been also her ex-stepfather who was pretty insane. But either way, to the man or whoever this was who tried to break into our room, please, let's never meet again. My female friend came to visit me for a long weekend, and I, a 22-year-old female, won't be letting her stay ever again. Backstory: we were friends for 3 months before we both moved to separate states and then continued our friendship virtually until now. It has been a healthy friendship with open communication. We have had our disagreements, but mostly always talked it out and then moved on. They mostly revolved around her believing that I don't open up enough, and for me, she does things that are inconsiderate at times, like being jealous of my long-term friends to their faces, and have an odd attitude problem at times. She can also be a bit obsessive and get upset when I don't text her for more than a day. She has got loads of my photos saved to her phone and remembers every little thing about me and has a list of my interests. I have seen it as endearing. Well, until now. The trip, day 1. The first day of the trip was great. She was bubbly and she brought me a gift with a sweet note of appreciation. We went clubbing, but then we headed to bed separately for the night. This is where things got weird. Remember, we slept separately. Well, I woke up and she was in my bed, but not in my bed. She was sitting upright on top of the blankets next to me, with her feet straight out and her back against my headboard while looking forward. I was startled and I said, "Oh," instinctively. She just looked at me. She never said she was waiting for me to wake up or maybe she was uncomfortable on the couch. Nothing. Then she left my room, and I have no clue how long she was sitting there. Day 2 to 3. In the morning, we walked the city where she was engaged and was wanting to hold my hand while we were out and about. By midday, her attitude has shifted completely and she was near mute. She isn't conversing with me, she isn't enjoying any activities or even smiling anymore at the bar, the arcade, or even at home watching movies. You know how those driving games take a silly little photo for your profile pic on the leaderboard? You know how those driving games take a silly little photo for your profile pic on the leaderboard? Well, I was blowing a kissy face in mine, and I glanced at hers and even snapped the pic without her noticing. Her head was tilted forward looking up at the camera. She was blank-faced and you can mostly see the whites of her eyes. It was like the film poster of a horror film. Anyways, for the rest of the trip, she continued to not smile. She was cold to every service worker. She responded with one-word answers otherwise. She complained about anything and everything. I asked, "Are you okay?" A couple of times, and she would just reply, "I'm fine. I'm fine," avoiding eye contact every time, and the car rides were silent and the dinners were silent. Day 4, the final day. I drove her to the airport at 3 a.m. and I asked if she enjoyed her visit, and she said, "It was okay, it was fine." I told her that I enjoyed having her, and then she boarded her flight and left. I cannot figure out what caused this 180-degree shift. I paid for everything, and I took her to all sorts of events that she wanted to go to, and I even took a day off to take her to more. I felt myself overcompensating because I felt insecure of being a terrible host or something. I've had several friends stay with me and expressed to me that they enjoyed themselves so much that they never wanted to leave. I don't believe that I did anything so wrong to ruin this trip. And when she arrived home, she did not contact me, but she posted photos and videos of me and captioned, "Mine," on her social media. I haven't brought this conversation to her yet. All of my family and friends believe that I narrowly avoided a Selena/Yolanda Lifetime film situation and that I was potentially with someone very unstable. So, what do you think? I'm a 23-year-old female staying with my friend who is also 23 and female for a couple of weeks in the town that I grew up in. She works at a restaurant, and without giving away too many details about the location, it's a plaza with a river nearby, a movie theater, restaurants, and boutiques. We entered through the parking garage, which has 3 stories, both elevators and stairs in it, and this will be important later. She had a 6-hour shift that day, so I decided to do some shopping, listen to music, and walking around before eating at the restaurant that my friend works at. I was sitting at the bar on the corner alone, just listening to music. A bigger man approached me. He had a security guard beanie on that was incredibly dirty and tattered up. He was muttering, and his eyes were barely open. And what I got from his muttering was, I like your... Is anyone sitting? but keep in mind that it was incredibly muttered. I'm just guessing what he was trying to say. All of this was said while he was switching back and forth between looking into my eyes and then staring at my chest. I told him multiple times that I couldn't understand what he said. After a bit of back and forth, I put the headphones back around my neck and then he left me alone. I told my friend about what happened immediately. I tried to shake it off, hoping that it was an isolated incident. But if this is where the story ended, I wouldn't be writing this, unfortunately. About an hour later or so, I see someone approach the bar to my left out of the corner of my eye. I felt their eyes on me. I didn't look, but somehow I knew that it was him. My heart started beating really fast, and I texted my friend and I told her that I felt really sketched out. I wanted to believe that I was misreading things and I was just letting anxiety get the best of me, but I couldn't shake the feeling. 30 minutes or so later, she gets off, and as we walked towards the parking garage stairs to get to our car, I saw him sitting on a bench, waiting for me. The benches aren't super close to the elevators. They're closer to the restaurant, if anything. And the second that I spotted him, my blood ran cold. He saw us walking towards the stairs to the parking garage and then started running towards us. I was face to face with him by the time that we got to the top of the stairs. We booked it back to the restaurant and then used the employee elevator to get to our car. We also had an employee escort us to the car as well. The employee told us that there are a lot of cases of homeless people who walk around the restaurants, so I presume that he was homeless and just walking in and out of the restaurants until he saw me. I'm incredibly thankful that I trusted my gut and that I saw him. I don't know what would have happened to us if I didn't see him at first, but I don't want to find out. So to this stranger, let's not meet. I was a 17-year-old female, and I was out doing some Christmas shopping after school. So it was dark by the time that I decided to stop by one of my favorite sushi places, which is near a grocery store and other shops all close to my home. The sushi place is right next to a boba shop, and I peek in to try to see if a friend of mine was working, so I could say hi. But I didn't see them, so I just turned around and I see this guy standing there trying to get my attention. "Miss, excuse me." I just stare at him for a second, unsure if I should really be talking to this stranger, before he asks if I have any spare cash for him to buy a drink. I tell him, "Oh, I don't have cash on me, sorry." And he says that it's okay, and I walk into the sushi place. While I wait for my food, I wonder if I should have just offered to buy him a drink, because I'm the type of person who loves to help people, and I just feel bad ignoring those in need. I get my food, and I'm literally about to exit the store when the guy from earlier walks in, and he stops by the door. He's asking the cashier if he knows how he could get help because he thinks his car got stolen and that he was from a neighboring city. I pause, because again, I felt bad for not helping him earlier and I was curious. I buy him a drink this time, even offered to buy food. I showed him the menu and he glanced at it, then asked for fried rice, which wasn't on the menu, but I was like, okay, and I just bought him the drink. He then tells me thanks and asks if I know anything about his car, then randomly asks me if I know where a cold stone is. At this point, I'm thinking, if I were either homeless or got my car stolen, Cold Stone is the last place I'd want to be. But I explained to him that it's not within walking distance, and he's like, oh, and asked me if I would be able to show him the way and maybe give him a ride there. He pulls out cash from his hoodie pocket saying, I could pay you back, $10 for the ride and the drink. And now I'm thinking, you had money and you let me buy you a drink? Why the hell would I give you a ride? I need to leave. So I say no, and that the drink was my treat, that I hope his situation gets figured out. I leave the sushi place and he exits too and starts walking behind or beside me. I get scared and I decide not to walk back to my car. Instead, I speed walk into a Rite Aid. I turn into an aisle and I see that he's still following me. He says, Miss? Lady, excuse me. I finally turned around and asked if he needs anything else. You were gonna give me a ride? No, I can't. And he answers, oh, okay, sorry. And he then walks away. I pace around at the back corner of the store for a while, terrified if he's still in the store or waiting for me outside. And by the way, my phone had died, so I left it in my car. In the store, I see a dad with his daughter, looked like a middle schooler, and then I go up to them. I finally start crying, and I say that there was a man talking to me, and if they could please walk me back to my car. The dad asks where I parked, and then he agrees, and a few minutes later we leave. I'm still in tears, poorly explaining my situation, and I point out my car as we approach. The dad says, okay, we'll wait here until you leave. Make sure to check your back seat. I do, and I even check my trunk because I'm so paranoid. I thank them over and over before driving off, and I just sobbed the whole way home because I don't know what exactly was going on with that man or why he wanted to go to my car. I get more scared thinking of the fact that I'm a 5-foot girl who probably couldn't defend herself well if it came down to it. Maybe it was a misunderstanding, but what business did a grown man have asking a teenage girl for a ride? I was genuinely terrified. Yes, I shouldn't have been out so late, and I should have had my phone on me, and I should have ignored that guy. Sorry for being a girl who just wanted sushi at night and to help someone who looked like they needed it. It's hard to trust people, clearly, but I am happy to be safe at home now. Although, I will definitely feel uncomfortable shopping there or eating sushi again, which is unfortunate because I frequently do both. So for context, I moved into my new house about a year or two ago. I had lived in the area for a year before, but we were evicted due to the owners of our old house wanting to move in. I'm a young female and still living with my family, which makes the story even more weird and pedo-y. When you look out my window, you see my fence and then a house. They are up on a small hill, so the fence does not block anything. The first encounter that I had with this man was late at night. I was with some friends, while all of our parents were out at a party. I will say that me and my friends are old enough to be left at home. We were also responsible. We were just relaxing in my room with no light or music on. We had turned the TV off when we were alone. But then, we heard my dog start barking for a good 10 minutes. We passed this off because she barks at absolutely everything. I'm talking birds on the power line, a bug on the front porch, anything that moves pretty much. But then, we started hearing weirder noises like crunching, circling the perimeter of my room, and then scratching on the walls. I kid you not, the moment we started getting scared, the loudest bangs that I have ever heard start pounding on my glass sliding door. Me and the 3 others run out of my room to go look at what in the world could be making this much noise. We were greeted by an aggressive dog, and this dog was up on the glass pounding on the door. My dog was scared. She usually doesn't do this, but she backed away behind me into my room with all of her fur up. But then we see it. A man, dressed in all black, standing at the door. We were all standing perfectly still, but I guess my friend's flight response went off, and just as he jumped to lock the door, the man reached for it too. My friend yelled, "What are you doing here, and who are you?" And he responded with a simple, "I don't know," and walked off with his dog who was on a leash. When our parents got back, we told them about him, and they asked us why we didn't call them. And truthfully, I know we should have, but I didn't want to ruin my mom's birthday party, and I have learned from this. 2 days later, my mom confronted our neighbor who was mowing the lawn, and he said that it was in fact him and that his dog had a run into our gate, and he got the dog back. He said he meant to come and talk to her earlier about it, but didn't. I thought it was a normal story, until I thought back to that night. The gate that his dog supposedly ran through had a tough glass that was shut on that night. We have it there so our dog can't get out, and so nothing can come in. But you can open it by hand, meaning that this man opened the gate and then let himself and his dog in. My theory is that he heard the music stop and didn't see lights from his house, so he decided that he was going to come and, I don't know, maybe rob us. The noises we heard must have been him, scaling the perimeter of my room for 10 minutes before attempting to enter. We filed a police report and nothing happened for a few months, until one night I was in bed, almost asleep, but still getting comfy. I sat up to rearrange my pillows and I turned around so I could properly make it comfy, when I saw a face outside my window staring back at me. Whoever it was wearing a black face covering, and I texted my mom and I froze. I heard moving and then my mom came and checked. Nothing there. This wasn't just my imagination, as my neighbor's lights are visible from the crack in my curtain, but the face was covering majority of the light. Ever since then, I have noticed them watching, and whenever I catch them looking, they get up from their balcony and leave, and I'll catch them in the same spot, watching, only 5 minutes later. So, dear neighbor, who watches me relentlessly, let's never, ever meet again. My sister and I have always loved to get together and go thrifting or yard sale shopping. It wasn't just shopping and getting new stuff for us, but we love finding old treasures that once held many memories for others. We love finding antiques and other items and learning more about the said items. We loved hearing from the previous owners when possible, and we honestly thought about starting a vlog with our finds in those stories. But this story isn't about one of those stories, unfortunately. This is a story of something we experienced on one of our shopping trips. This took place in 2019 in about mid-May. I remember because her daughter was in her last week of school when this happened, and we talked about how she would be with us after that week if we went. I adored my niece, so I was absolutely okay with this too, and I was excited to spend more time with her. I drove to her place, and we took her car and started around her area and then slowly branched out. We were probably about an hour into our trip when we came across a community yard sale. If you aren't aware, community or neighborhood sales are when a lot of people within the same neighborhood have a yard sale on the same days. It's a lot of fun and convenient for people like us who like to hit up a lot of different houses in one run. We could park our car on one side of the road, take our little wagon, and then walk around the block before making our way back to our car. We actually had gone through most of the neighborhood and then scored some good finds, but we were starting to get tired. We lived in the Midwest and it had been very humid, so we started taking the car to each home so we had less walking to do. We then pulled up to the next home with high hopes because of what we could see from my car. They had a lot of books, paintings, and toys, and we personally like obscure paintings to keep for ourselves. We found our share of valuable books and even items left behind in those books, such as pictures, some postcards, and newspaper clippings. And lastly, the toys. We've found a lot of ones that were never opened, as well as ones that were, but in great condition. We sold many on eBay for a lot more than we bought it for, and priced many more that we've kept. As we got out and then walked around, we made our way to the toys since there were so many. The owners must have had a little girl, because there were a lot of girl-oriented toys. There was a dollhouse, a tub full of old Barbies, a kitchenette, and a play makeup set and other similar items. But then my sister gasped as she made eye contact with one item. It was part of a set for these toys that we collected as a child. As some of you may be familiar with them, they were called pound puppies. The set we saw was the old fan that folded out and collapsed flat to be a play area for the little pups. You could also store some of them in it. I remember us both wanting to get this as a kid, but we never did. No hate on our parents. There were a lot of us kids, and knowing how expensive toys are now, I get it. But now we were reliving our childhood. She still had all of her pound puppies, as she had many on a shelf, and even more in a container in her basement. She could never part with them, and she was hoping to share them with her daughter. We were looking it over and discussing it when a man approached us and asked if we were familiar with the item. My sister, Ellie, turned her excitement to him and then started telling him all about how this fan was always on our Christmas or birthday list. He explained that our assumption was pretty much right. The toy belonged to his wife, who then tried to give it to her daughter, but she hardly played with it, so she just wanted to get rid of it at this point. The tag said $10, so this was definitely coming home with us. As Ellie was fishing out the bells from her fanny pack, I grabbed our latest find, and then I walked it to the car. Ellie was still talking to the guy when I walked back, and as I got there, he mentioned to us that she had a whole collection of the little puppies in their spare bedroom, but they didn't have the time or space to bring it down yet. He asked us if we were interested and we could check it out too. From the look on Ellie's face, I knew we were probably going to go home with more. We agreed, and we followed him into the house as he motioned to a woman. I assumed his wife, and that he was going to show us the rest of the collection. We entered a home that was obviously well taken care of. It had a very nice rustic look to it, and you could also tell a kid and a dog lived there, based on the toy chest in the corner of the living room and the dog bed next to the TV. We walked through the living room and took a ride up a set of stairs and then into a bedroom. That was definitely one of those catch-all rooms. There was a bed that was fully made, but then there were a few boxes and tubs stored in the corner. The closet doors were open and only had a few items that were wrapped in plastic sitting in them. The man then pushed the clothes to the side and pulled out a plastic container that probably stood about 3 feet tall. It had drawers and doors that opened in all different sides with labels on them. He brought it to about the center of the room and then gestured to it that we could look it over and pick what we wanted, if not the whole thing. Both of us were super excited about this, and we started opening the little containers to see what all was there. It was really exciting. We found a lot of items that brought back memories, and others that we had never seen before. But then all the serotonin seemed to drain from my body, as I started getting that weird feeling, like something was wrong. I looked over at Ellie to see if she was okay, and she was still talking and smiling as she sorted through the various toys and stuffed animals. But then, I noticed the guy that escorted us in here was now standing behind my sister, who was bending over slightly to look into these little cubbies. But the problem I had with this was that the guy had his head cocked to the side, clearly staring at her with his hand down his pants. What the hell did we just walk into? I felt so stupid at that point in time. We willingly followed this man into his home. I guess between knowing he had a kid and a wife and us being too excited, we accepted that as being completely normal. I'm sure neither of us suspected anything at first, so being the big sister, I had to do something. I figured I shouldn't try to act too alarmed, because it was pretty obvious what he was doing, and the fact that he was standing between us and the doorway was a little bit problematic. I stood up. I walked around to stand behind Ellie, and I tried nudging her arm to get her to stand up, but she would just look over quick and then back down to the items. So I pulled my phone out, typed out a message, and then I showed it to Ellie, acting like I was looking up an item. I watched as the smile on her face slowly faded. She finally understood. She quickly stood up and we started walking out of the room just saying, "Okay, we're good." You could hear the guy walking up behind us, and he started talking about how we didn't look at everything and was adamant asking us if we were sure or if there was anything else that we were looking for. I said no, and then I followed behind Ellie down the stairs. This guy shoved past us and was standing in the front of the door, preventing us from opening it. My sister asked him what the hell he was doing, and sensing the desperation in his voice, he asked us if there was anything else in the house that we were interested in. I really felt like he was grasping at any reason to keep us in the house, which made me worry even more. My sister said there wasn't, and we just wanted the few things that we were holding. Then the desperation really started showing. This man really asked if we were willing to have a quickie and we could have the whole container for free. Before I could react, Ellie lost it and she screamed at him, "What the hell is wrong with you?" She mentioned his wife being right out front and then threatened to call the cops. I was already pulling out my phone at this point, but the guy backed away from the door with his hands up, and his only response was, Okay, but don't mention this to my wife, please." Ellie shoved past him, and we both dashed out the door. As we ran down the front stairs, Ellie shouted to the woman that her husband was a creep, and then we ran to our car. I watched from the passenger seat as he stood by the door, and the wife was standing at the bottom of the steps with her arms out to her side. Her body language was pretty telling as to what was going on, and that was the last time that we saw or heard from that guy or that house. We laughed and immediately started recapping what all just happened to us. We thought about whether we should call the cops or not, but figured that they wouldn't be able to do much since he didn't touch us and we were able to get away and we were in his house. Not to mention, we were in their home. We just shook off the creepy vibes we had. We grabbed some Starbucks and just chilled for a bit. We were definitely done for the day, and we both agreed that it was pretty stupid of us to go in there and agreed that we wouldn't let that happen again. If anyone wants to show us something like that, they would have to bring it out to us. But at least, we did get a few of the little puppy stuffies at no cost. We just took it as payment for the trauma he caused. Well, this happened to me just this morning, and I don't know if this is a big deal, but here we go. I walk to the bus stop every morning to go to work at around 6 a.m., and today was a particularly dark morning. It was freezing, and it had been raining. My street is the last one in the neighborhood, and behind my street is just the woods. There's no house or street. And for the 7 months that I've been working, there's no one in my street that go out for work at the same time as me. Only one guy in the next street over that sometimes goes out in a hurry. So today I was walking. I just had crossed my street. But then all of a sudden, I hear a noise not too far from me. And when I turn back, there's like an older guy trying to walk silently behind me. And take note, I'm a 23-year-old female. He doesn't look like he's going to work. There's no backpack with him and not even an umbrella as it was raining at that time. Apparently, he got out of my own street like he was waiting for me to get out of the house. He was walking slow, but when I started to walk faster, I looked behind me and he was walking faster too. So I kinda run a little until I get to the bus stop where some guys always wait for the bus with me. I was terrified with my little taser that I always carry in my backpack. I waited to see the creep showing up in front of the bus stop, but he never did. I guess he gave up when I ran. If he was going somewhere, he would just pass the bus stop because there's no other way to go out. And the worst part is, there's an old creep in my neighborhood that was in jail for being a serial rapist in like the 90s, and he served his sentence and today he is a free man. But like last month, he was asking my mom to take care of our garden and he kept creeping around the house when my dad's out for work. I don't know if it was him today because it was very dark, but he's the first one that I can think of. Background: I'm a 24-year-old female, and I live with my roommate, a 23-year-old female, in an apartment in the suburbs of Atlanta. As you may know, Atlanta is super dangerous and crime-riddled right now. So, we have a Ring People camera. It's really perfect for apartments, and we also have a digital lock on our door for safety. Now, on to the story. About 3 months ago, the sweet family from across the hall moved out and we got a new neighbor. His name is David, and let's just say he's interesting. When we first saw him moving in, we were a bit taken aback by the sheer amount of stuff that he was trying to fit in his one-bedroom apartment. All of it was anime merch and Star Wars memorabilia. Definitely gives me hoarder vibes, but that's not my business. When the moving trucks left and a few days had passed, my roommate and I knocked on his door to give him a "Welcome to the neighborhood gift basket" with some baked goods, some dog treats and poop bags for his dog, and seasonal candles. Apparently, this was not the correct thing to do. After that day, David got creepy. It started out innocent though. He would come to the door whenever he heard me or my roommate coming or going to have a quick chat, or he would come over regularly to ask for salt or sugar or even toilet paper. Sometimes, he would ask us if we could come over and watch his dog. But within the past 2 weeks, things have really escalated. 2 weekends ago, we were out pretty late partying at the bars near the Brave Stadium. We ended up getting home at around 3 a.m., only to find David sitting at the top of the stairs, waiting for us. He acted all upset, asked us where we had been, and requested that we tell him if we are planning to be out past midnight. I laughed in his face, and he called me a mindless Stacy. I'm still not sure what that means though. He also asked for access to our Ring camera so he could make sure that we are safe. We laughed at him again, and then we went into our apartment. Well, here's the scary part. We checked the Ring the next morning, and he sat outside his apartment staring at our door for the rest of the night. When we saw that, we contacted the complex to let him know that he was acting crazy. They told us to contact the police, and so we did. The police told us to contact them if he made any threats, but since we lived in a shared space, they really couldn't do anything until he entered our apartment or threatened us. I assume the complex said something to him because he left us alone for the next 5 days or so. But this week, he is out of control. He is constantly sitting outside of our apartment, and my roommate has started leaving for work an hour earlier so that she doesn't have to cross paths with him. I cannot leave the apartment during the day because he is constantly waiting outside for me. He has asked me out and left love letters on our door, on our cars, and in our mailbox. And I told him once that I wasn't interested, and he told me that he would kill himself if I didn't go on a date with him. Of course, I don't have that in writing so the police won't do shit. He has also put up a Ring doorbell of his own so he can track all of our movements, and will leave really creepy sexual notes when we're gone, so we find them when we come back. What do we do? Update. Thank you all for your advice. For now, my brother is spending the night on my couch for the next few nights until we can have a sit-down meeting with my landlord. We have collected all of the evidence and Ring footage so we can show how much this has progressed. I'm sure the landlord and the police think we're being dramatic little girls or whatever, so we're not going to take no for an answer. Either he leaves, or we break our lease and get our full security deposit back. We're also going to file for a temporary restraining order at the very minimum because some of the commenters said that would be faster than going through the police. Again, thank you so much for all of your advice. I'll update you if any crazy shit goes down. Update number 2. Here are some updates. Number 1. We met with our landlord last week. Unfortunately, they aren't willing to work with us as much as we expected. They will not remove him from his unit, and since we didn't want to spend a ton of money to move, we asked if we could move units within the complex. The landlord offered us a 1-bedroom unit on the terrace level, so my roommate and I would have to share a room in what is basically the basement of our building. Not really ideal. Number 2, we spoke to the police, and they said that the notes and letters were not enough to get someone on stalking or harassment, especially since he lives literally 3 feet away from us. They did keep the Ring videos and said that they would contact us sometime this week after they reviewed all of the footage. And number 3, we have both moved in with my parents for the time being. Shout out to them for being incredible parents. It really sucks spending $2,000 plus monthly on a place that you can't live. We are actively looking for other apartments, but money is tight since we would have to buy out the current lease and then pay to start a new one, which is also not ideal. So, not the update that we were hoping for, but we are both safe now, and that's what's important. I take a walk every morning as part of my waking up routine. This morning, towards the beginning of my walk, I pass a man who asks me something. He is slightly too close to me, but not enough to make me feel uncomfortable. Just enough that I don't want to slow down or have a listen to what he has to say. I have my earphones in as well, and I don't take them out, but hear enough that he had asked for the time. Without breaking my stride, I glance at my watch, say 7:30, and then I keep walking. If he said anything else, I didn't hear it. About 20 minutes or half an hour later, well, far away from the first time that I came across this guy, that same guy walks up from behind, again, too close to me to ask for the time. I tell him at this point to get away from me and to stop following me, and that I already gave him the time. That escalates things immediately because he shoots back with, "Why? Is it because I'm black?" I respond, "No, it's because he approached me about a mile away with the same question." He says he lives in the neighborhood, so I say fine, but to please stop following me. He denies following me and then calls me "ching chong bitch," and then yells for me to go back to China as I cross the street to put more distance between us. This guy follows me across the street and keeps following me as I cross back over. At this point, I'm yelling for him to get away from me and to stop following me, and he's repeating the same lines about being black and hurling racial slurs at me. I'm getting worried that while there are people out at 8 a.m., either walking their kids to school or maybe going to work, no one is going to step up because of the bystander effect. After I cross the street for a second time, he gets right in my face, yelling about how he's not following me. I have my back against an apartment complex, and I'm getting worried that things are going to get physical. When a tall woman with pink hair walks up. I don't remember what she said, but I at some point confirmed to her that he wasn't leaving me alone. She's about the same height as this guy and starts to yell for him to stop following me. He is now being badgered by her, and he's also yelling back the same denials about not following me, and that he's from the same neighborhood and accusing me that this is all because he's black. Thanks to my lady savior, I was able to break away. A couple that was exiting their apartment who witnessed all of this ask if I am alright, which I say yes without stopping. I walk half a neighborhood block down to duck through an alley. And as I'm walking down the alley, checking the entire time to make sure that the guy's not following me, I see the woman with the pink hair has disengaged and is walking off. I am so glad that it didn't escalate for her, and I feel bad for not being able to thank her for her help. I take a circuitous route home, looking behind my shoulders every once in a while.
This all happened about a week before my son's 7th birthday. I, 38 male, hadn't gotten him a gift yet. So after work, I asked his mother to pick him up from school and drive myself to Walmart to browse the toy section for something he would want. While trying to decide between a Nerf gun and an Iron Man action figure, I heard a woman's voice behind me. "Browsing for yourself or a little one?" I turned around to see a woman my age, in an employee vest with a smile, clearly amused by her own joke. Well, clearly it's for me, but on an unrelated note, any ideas for a birthday gift for a 7-year-old boy? I retort. The woman chuckled a bit before pointing at the Nerf gun. This one sells well. Taking her word for it, I put the gun in my cart before thanking her and pushing off. However, she stops me. Is there anything else I can do to help you today? She said, stepping into my line of sight again. No, thank you, I say. I really just came for the toy, but thank you again. And with that, I pushed my cart past her. As I made my way to the checkout, I saw a good deal on cherries and decided to swing over to the groceries to see what else I might want to get while I was here. A few minutes later, as I was knocking on some watermelons, I heard the same voice from before. I thought you were only here for a Nerf gun. I turn around to see the woman again. Yeah, but I decided to do some grocery shopping while I was here. I knew I didn't need to explain myself to her, but in order to be polite, I decided to reply to her small talk, but keep this short because I was getting a weird feeling about this lady. She continued to follow me around during my shopping, which I decided to cut short given the situation. I then went to the self-checkout since the line was shorter. Usually I don't mind waiting in line for a cashier, but today I wanted to be done a lot sooner than normal. I scanned my items and swiped my points card before paying and then left, the woman standing at the exit doors literally watching me as I left. I thought that was the end of it, until later that afternoon I got a phone call. Hello? I answered, only to be greeted by the same cheery voice I'd heard at Walmart. Hello, is this my name? I was shocked. How did you get this number? I asked. Well, she started. I usually don't do this, but I really like talking to you, so after I saw you had a membership card, I looked it up and found your phone number in our database. She said, sounding almost proud of herself. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Isn't that illegal? I was outraged. This was an invasion of my personal information. Oh, come on, it's not that big of a deal. Like I said, I just really liked talking to you. And now that I've called, you can save my number, okay? Flabbergasted by her nonchalantness over the situation, I blurted out, No. No, not at all. I'm married, and I don't want anything to do with you. This is not okay. The phone line went silent for a long time before she hung up. She never called again, nor did I see her ever again at the Walmart. But I did report her, so that may be the reason why. But still, I hope I never see that overly friendly Walmart employee again.
This happened to me and two of my friends back when we were in high school. It was nearing the end of the school year, which meant not only were our last finals right around the corner, but so was prom. We were seniors and I unfortunately missed going my junior year due to a family emergency, so I was not going to let anyone or anything stop me or ruin my night. My friends, Marissa, Heidi, and I all went out and picked our dresses together. And not only coordinated colors with our dates, but also with each other. We all met up at my place to get ready when our dates met us at a local park to take pictures and hang out shortly before the dance started. And while we were there, Heidi pulled out her purse and showed us that her mom had bought a few shooters. In case anyone doesn't know what this is, it's just those mini bottles of liquor, and she was supposed to keep them at home. Her mom let her drink occasionally, but only when she was at home and within her sight. She passed one out to all of us, and we quickly took the shots and got rid of the evidence. And afterwards, we headed to the school. The prom itself was a blast with your normal teenage fun. We danced, took pictures, made my ex mad, all stupid fun. It was probably close to the end of the dance, so I think that it was just a combination of people being worn out and teenage angst that some people started getting a bit more rowdy. Some girls started shouting at Marissa, so we all joined in to try and just get her to leave with us so we didn't get into any trouble. Thankfully, she went pretty easily when Heidi bribed her with more shots. She said that we could all go back to her place and have some more drinks and just hang out, so that was our plan. The three of us girls piled into my car, and the guys said that they would meet us there in their car after they went home to change. We left the school probably feeling a bit too invincible. Again, we were stupid teenagers doing some pretty stupid stuff. Physically, I felt fine though. I know I shouldn't have, but we had only had the one shot before the dance and nothing since, so I wasn't even buzzed. We all got in the car with me driving, and then Marissa was in the passenger seat and Heidi in the back. We expected a nice ride as close friends celebrating our high school years. But that wouldn't be the case. I stopped at a four-way intersection at the same time as a car that was coming from the opposite direction. I flashed my lights at them so they could go, but they continued to sit there. After flashing my lights again and no movement, I just decided to go ahead and then turn left. They didn't have a turn signal on, so I assumed that they were going straight, which is why I tried to let them go first. But after I turned, I then noticed that the car had turned behind me too. I was more focused on my friends and driving, however, so I made a sort of a mental note and just continued talking and singing. It didn't last long though, as I noticed that the car was following pretty close, so I pointed it out to my friends. Marissa, being the aggressive type, told me to tap my brakes to get them to back off, and normally I would, but for some reason, I kept telling myself that I shouldn't. Now, it was pretty dark at this point, so I couldn't make out much of the car other than the front of it that looked dark, like maybe black or dark blue or gray maybe. But we quickly learned why they may have been tailgating me when the lights kicked on. Again, between it being dark and not really paying much attention, I didn't notice there were lights on top of the car. In a slight panic, I pulled over and told the girls to just keep quiet. I turned off the music and immediately went to reach for my purse that was on the back passenger side. I had already rolled down my window by the time that the cop approached my side of the car and immediately shined his bright flashlight right into my front seat. I turned around quickly to look at them and greet them, but they then put the flashlight right in my face. I squinted and I put my hand up in a force of habit when there is something bright in your face. But the cop immediately got aggressive and yelled at me to put my hand down. It startled me, but I did as he said and I tried to apologize and mention the light. He then pointed it towards the back at Heidi and then kind of laughed and claimed that he was just messing with us. I looked over at Marissa real quick and saw the what the fuck look on her face. I quickly looked back at the cop, and he asked if we were leaving the ball and laughed again, and I told him that we were actually heading home from our prom. At this point, he was still shining his flashlight around in my car, so I couldn't quite see his face. I could see a slight outline, and I could see his teeth, so I could at least tell that he was smiling. He made some kind of back-in-my-day comment, and I don't remember it exactly, then laughed again. We all just sat there awkwardly. And I really wanted to ask why he pulled us over, but I didn't have it in me. And since he seemed to be in a good mood, maybe he would just forget it and let us go. I wasn't speeding, and I used my signal when I turned, and none of us were like hanging out the windows and screaming either. As he cleared his throat, he leaned down to have his head closer to my window and then asked, "Have you ladies been drinking?" Okay, now I know how some people may respond to this, but I was an 18-year-old girl at that time. I was underage, and we definitely had something to drink. It was literally one shot each of us, and it was several hours earlier. So I felt fine. But between the night so far, being pulled over, and the adrenaline and anxiety was high, and I was beginning to freak out again. However, my response was immediately no. He leaned in closer, and his voice became a bit more stern, and he said, "Now, don't lie to me. I'm not stupid. I can smell the alcohol in this car." I began having an internal meltdown, worried that I was going to go to jail and my parents would find out. But I immediately started pleading. I fessed up and I told him that I just had one shooter and that it was earlier that night and we were going straight home, so there wouldn't be any more, and I apologized. Marissa tried telling me to shut up, but once I started, I just couldn't turn it off. After a few minutes of my pathetic pleas, the cop stopped me and told me that while he appreciated me telling the truth, he was going to have to arrest all of us and have the car towed. Heidi then began begging with me to let us go with the ticket, and Marissa was more seeming to argue with us. Then, he did that ear-piercing whistle, making us all stop and look back at him. He then leaned down, putting his arms on my window and said, "I'd hate to ruin your girl's night, so maybe we can work something out." I was expecting him to just give me a ticket, which still would have sucked, but at least I was much more willing to tell my parents about that. However, he had something else in mind. He mentioned an empty building with a pretty empty area. It was where an old mall had closed, and he asked us to follow him there and just have some fun for a bit. Forget the ticket or going to jail. I was even more terrified at this point. Was this cop really suggesting what I thought he was suggesting? I was frozen at this point, not knowing how to react. What would happen if I told him no? Would he then arrest me? But of course, Marissa, being her normal aggressive self, took over. She leaned down pretty far to look at the sky and pretty much challenged him and questioned him. Some of the berating from her included, "You know we're minors, right? We just told you that we're coming from prom. I'm recording this, so why don't you explain in detail what exactly you wanted to do with us? Why did you even pull us over? Don't you have to give us a breath test before you can do anything? Ash, don't get out of the car. Don't do anything unless he makes you take a test. What's your name anyways? I want your name and your badge number." The cop got pretty quiet at that point and then tried laughing again and said that we were pretty smart girls. He tried to play it off about testing us or something, and then he said that we were free to go, but told us to just be careful and go straight home. He never told us his name or badge number, and we waited for him to get back into his car. And when he didn't drive off, I decided to go. Part of me was worried that he might follow, but I just wanted to get home at this point. The guys obviously beat us to Heidi's, and we told them what happened. They thought that it was really suspicious too, but other than them, we never told anyone about the interaction. I myself was too worried that my parents would be mad at me or something. So fast forward a few months after we graduated. There was something on the news about someone impersonating a cop, and when they pulled over women, they would make suggestive comments and threaten them with erroneous charges unless they agreed to his demands. One lady dared to challenge him, much like Marissa did, but he actually grabbed her by the arm, leaving marks, and tried to open her door. They said she was able to drive away, and she immediately went to a police station to report it. But when she explained everything, the officer she talked to wasn't convinced that it was a real officer. They then started getting more reports, and they all aligned. Someone also was able to see the vehicle, and it was all dark with no markings, like it was an unmarked cop car. But the problem with that is that in the state that I live in, those are prohibited, which led them to believe even more that it wasn't real. Unfortunately, he must have realized that they were onto him because the report stopped and they never caught the guy. I told Marissa and Heidi about this, and Marissa was confident that it was probably the same guy. The scheme, the location, what we experienced, they all matched. So I'm pretty confident that it was the same guy too. The situation alone freaked me out, but when I saw that, I was even more terrified that this was real. This happened to many women, but then I wondered how many more it happened to that didn't report it, and even worse, how many poor women fell for it and followed through. I'm an adult now and much smarter, so when I do have an interaction with someone in law enforcement, I make sure to note as many details as possible and also get their name. You just can never be too careful, no matter who the person may appear to be. My friend and I, both 21 and female, went to Applebee's for a few $1 margaritas, and then we went off to a park where she said that she knew a spot. We go 20 minutes away to this park. We go down this path that takes us around 10 minutes to this bay area. We find a nice log, and then we sit there and watch the sunset. As we were relaxing on the log, a family strolls by with their dog to hang out on the other side of the shore. A few minutes go by, and a couple comes through and sets up, and they eat a big pineapple with a knife. The sun sets, but it's still light out, and we didn't think about the walk back. Eventually, we go to head back, and it's dark. The wooden area we have to walk through is getting really dark. We start walking, and she gets her phone camera out. It's pitch black at this point. We start talking about how creepy it was. But then, I felt an uneasy feeling. That feeling you get, afraid that something is behind you. Well, we're walking along, and we go across the bridge up a little hill, and all of a sudden, we hear loud fat footsteps on the bridge. I see light from what appeared to be from his phone, going back and forth as if he was sprinting. We panicked. We start running, and I'm thinking, no way this guy is chasing us. His footsteps kinda sounded like he was on a bike. I thought that we'll go up the steep hill on our left. No way this guy is following us, and no way he'd go up the hill on his bike. Well, turns out there was no bike. We stopped running as we didn't hear anything. She flashes her light behind us, and there's a silhouette of a man jogging towards us. His body posture seemed to be that he got tired from running. Well, we kept running and stopping to see if he was still chasing us, and then again, we hear footsteps running towards us. We keep looking back while running to make sure that he's not right on us. At this point, my friend screamed, "Hey!" in a panicked voice, and then he screamed back, "Hey!" Then after that said, "What are you scared of?" We keep running and she's on the phone with the police. We finally hit a paved road, nowhere near her car, when I took us up the hill. That was the wrong path we originally took. We knocked on a house, the lights are out, but no one answers. We start down the road to their neighbor, and I look back, and again, I see a silhouette of a man walking behind the first person's house. He got up to the fence and creeped back into the darkness. That second neighbor helped us. His wife got us some water and the police came to take us to our car. This was the most traumatic experience that I have ever had. The intentions of the man felt sinister, and the way he was yelling at us felt so uncanny. I hate this feeling I have. I have so many questions that won't be answered, but I can't get this one question out of my head. What if he got up to us? I'd like to share about my experience that happened 6 years ago. During one beautiful summer day, I decided to take my dog to the park. I have a small dachshund, and I'm also a 20-year-old female at that time, with blonde hair and fairly skinny. The park I decided to stop at, I've been to before multiple times with my boyfriend and my dog, so I felt confident going there alone. The park is also right next to a big busy street and has a lot of families with kids on the playground. The trail of the park circles a big oval around a small lake of water. So, the street is on one side of the oval, and on the other, there's trees and woods. Anyways, I park up on the left side of the park, and I get out of the car, leaving my phone in the car. Again, I didn't think twice as I wasn't planning on spending much time there. I start walking, and halfway through, I notice a white male with a short buzz cut and an orange t-shirt start looking back at me. I was behind him a long ways back, but I decided to keep my distance. I was following him at about 100 feet in front of me, until he decided to keep stopping along the way. He would stop and then look at the trees and the water, so I decided to stop walking along the trail and I walked down to the water. I would look at him from the corner of my eye and notice him staring at me. I started to make myself aware. I look back and he walks away and then just goes along the trail. I go back on the trail and follow from a distance, but then he keeps looking back at me again. We walk like this for another 500 feet, and he then stops and takes a seat on a bench. I noticed that specific bench was almost hidden in the trees near the wooded area and had a trail behind it. Well, I decided not to walk past him, so I turned around and I continued the other way back. As I'm walking and almost halfway through the trail back to the car, I noticed that he is following me. At this point, I started sprinting, and so did he. He was quickly catching up to me, and at this point I am so scared that I didn't have my phone on me. I am surrounded by families and people, and I knew that I would be seen, but still, why is he sprinting behind me? My car is so close, so I began running with my dog, and I look back and he is running behind me. I quickly run up the hill and I get into my car, and he didn't stop running till I sat inside and closed the doors. I'm looking at him. He stops running, he's in the parking lot, and he walks away to his car. I put my car in drive and I pull up behind him, blocking him for 30 seconds or so to show that I see him and that I know. My car is fully tinted, so I wanted to scare him back at this point. I didn't know if I should wait at the park and then call the police or see what his next move will be. But I decided to leave because I was scared and shaken, and without my phone or any proof, I felt stupid. That was the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. So, don't ever leave your phone in the car. Hey everyone, I wanted to share something that me and a few friends experienced in high school. I think I was a bit of a weirdo in high school, but I wasn't alone. I had plenty of friends that accepted my weirdness, and we're probably just as equally goofballs. We were the ones using paper clips and safety pins as earrings, drawing creepy stuff, and other probably edgy things. I cringe at the thought of my teenage years now. Anyways, while we may have been odd, we still wanted to enjoy the events of our school, such as fundraisers, parades, and even prom. A couple of my friends and I all agreed to go to prom together, and one of my friends even tried to hook me up with this girl that I have been interested in. He had asked her if she was available. Actually, he told her that I was asking, and she said yes. So our first date would be prom, I guess. I actually gave a little more care as to how I looked, and even got a matching tie to her corsage. I picked her up from her place, and we met our friends at the community center where they were having the dance. My date was stunning, and it was hard to believe that she was with me. She said that I looked good, and even some of the teachers that were there told me that I cleaned up well and joked that they wished they saw me more like that. I wasn't the best student, but I wasn't a troublemaker either. We were all having a great night between dancing and flirting, eating some of the food that they had, and just the basic high school thing with each other. At one point while we were talking, I noticed a guy who kind of seemed out of place. Even the teachers and adults were dressed nice, and this guy was just in jeans and a suit jacket. I watched as he walked along the wall, looking around, almost like he was trying to find someone. But it was the way that he held himself and looked around that had me on edge. There was an eerie intensity to his gaze at everyone that made me feel like he had no good intentions. Now, while he looked very off-putting, no one else looked at him or was watching him, so I was starting to think that maybe it was just me. I tried to brush it off as just being prom jitters, and that maybe I was just on edge due to the circumstances. So at that time, I just let it go. I continued dancing and talking with my friends, and at one point, we found a table, and about 6 of us were sitting at it. My date had her legs up in my lap, complaining that they were hurting as she had been wearing heels the whole night. And while talking, I spotted the suit jacket guy again, and also noticed that he was walking towards us. I looked back at my friends, trying to find a time to ask if they recognized him. But then he stood next to my date's chair, and then greeted us before I had the chance. He asked us if we were enjoying ourselves, and we all said yeah. He brought up a few things, like the music and one of the drink stations, and we conversed for a few. As the conversation died down, the guy then asked us what we were doing after the dance, which I thought was an odd question. One of my friends mentioned probably just chilling somewhere, and the guy asked us if we wanted to go smoke somewhere. I know everyone at the table, including myself, did, but it was really weird to have an adult offer this to us. We all kind of side-eyed one another, and I spoke up first and said like, "Nah man, we're good, but thanks though." And no one else said anything. He then pushed it, again offering. He said that it wasn't a setup or anything, and specifically pointed at me and said, "I know you like grass, boy. Don't lie." And then started laughing. This accusation did not make me feel more comfortable about him either. In fact, the way he looked at me and pointed at me made me think it was more like intimidation, like he had something on me. So without looking away from him or smiling like I did the first time, I just said, "No one's lying, man. We're just not interested." I was hoping he might get the hint that I wanted him to leave us alone, but he didn't. He then focused on my date. He complimented on her looks, and she seemed a little standoffish but was being polite to the guy. Until he started making more explicit comments to my date and also the other girls. My date had put her legs down and seemed to push her back more towards me, as if she was nervous that this guy was close to her. Nobody was saying anything, and being that I was already nervous and suspicious of this guy, I was now annoyed that he wasn't getting the hint. So I stood up, called him a few names, and I told him to leave. I also very loudly made a comment about him hitting on teens and stood there hoping that he would finally get the hint or that maybe another adult would come over. The guy again laughed as he stood up and said that if we changed our minds, to meet him at a certain park. I watched as he walked away, but also noticed our gym teacher started to walk over to us. He asked us who that guy was, and I basically asked him the same thing. I thought he was another staff member or part of the faculty chaperoning the dance, since he was obviously an adult. The gym teacher then hollered for the creep and started walking towards him when he took off. Our gym teacher then ran after him too, and we were left wondering who that guy was. We all tried to loosen up again, hoping that wouldn't completely sour our night, but we then had another teacher approach us, saying that we needed to follow them because they had more questions about what just happened. After we explained it all to them, they told us that they were handling it and to go back to the dance and enjoy our time. Thankfully, we were able to have a good rest of the night, but when we separated afterwards, I was still left wondering about this guy. Who was he, and how did he end up at the prom without any of the other teachers or even other students feeling like he didn't belong? I spotted him pretty quickly, and I knew something wasn't right. I was kicking myself for not reporting him sooner, but I didn't know all the people that work for the school or the district, so I just assumed that it was me being paranoid. That was until the following week when I was called into the principal's office, where I saw one of my other friends from that night and a police officer. The principal said that the officer wanted to know more about the incident and asked for a description of the man. After explaining this, the officer showed us a picture of the guy. It was an obvious mugshot, and it was the same guy. They thanked us for our explanation and then sent us off back to class. That day, my mom picked me up from school and asked about the cop at the school and what all he said. I had told her about the incident at prom, so she was already aware, but she said that she also got an email that the school sent out to everyone about this guy. It mentioned that they had a suspicious and unidentified person in the area that was also reported by students, and they reacted quickly by calling authorities. And later that night, a cop had stopped behind a car that was parked near our school with all their lights off and questioned them. Our gym teacher saw the guy leaving in a car and gave them the details as well. The car and the guy matched the description, so they detained him. They sent the email letting them know that he was still in custody after being identified by witnesses, and that if they had any other questions, they could call the school or the officer handling the case. It was a relief to know that that guy wasn't out walking around, but it also creeped me out just that much more, knowing that he was still nearby, like he was waiting. I wanted to include this, but of course, I can't confirm the validity of it as it was all from word of mouth. One of my friends said that their parents called the officer and they told them that they searched for his car and they found rope, duct tape, a knife, condoms, and weed. The weed at least matches up to the story that he was feeding us that night, if that information was true. Then, what the hell was his plan? It put shivers down my spine thinking what could have happened if any of us went with him that night. For the most part, it was a fantastic night, but it was also very memorable for us. From then on, I promised myself that if anything ever seemed off, especially when it comes to another person, I would tell someone immediately. I'm glad no one went with him that night, but it's always in the back of my mind of what could have happened. My freshman year of college was one of the funnest years of my life. And some of my fondest memories are from that year. But it was also the scariest and strangest year to date. This is thanks to one story in particular that takes place over the entire school year. There are actually a couple more that I might post some other time. I'm 31 years old now, and I still sometimes wonder how this really happened, and I didn't end up as a shut-in nut job, and it still freaks me out to this day. I've only talked about it once or twice since it happened 13 years ago, and I'm changing the names of people and places. August 2001. Like most freshmen, I live in the dorms at a state party school. I opted out of the good school that I got into. I guess I had a little steam to blow off after graduating from a military/college prep boarding school. Plus, after a sports injury I got, I didn't exactly have any specific plan for life that went past Saturday night, if you know what I mean. A good buddy from military school, we'll call him Bill, went to the same college as me and lived a few floors below in the same dorm. So, of course, we were getting the party started before my parents' exhaust fumes had even evaporated from the parking lot. For the most part, the first month or so of college was pretty much like that, normal. I went to most of my classes, I partied just about every night, I chased girls around, and that was enough for the moment. But things began to change one night sometime in mid-September, and college for me would never be normal again. My dorm phone rings in the middle of the night. Hello, on the other end, and I can only really describe the voice as the kind you picture when you think about a computer talking, kinda like the early model of car GPS. For the story, I'll call myself Gary. Hi Gary, how are you today? Not fully awake, I'm just so confused at this point. Who is this? And he repeats, Hi Gary, how are you today? It becomes clear that I'm being fucked with, so I hang up and chuckle. I thought, fucking Bill, nice one. And then I pass back out. I end up forgetting about the call for a few days, and I never mentioned to Bill or anyone else. About a week later, I get another call around the same time of night. Hi Gary, I'm watching you. Nice, very cliche, so I said, Seriously, Bill? How are you not knee-deep in Everclear or a Tri-Delt at this hour? Enough already. Cade, my roommate, is going to start getting pissed, you know? And then I hang up. I casually confront my oh-so-clever amigo at breakfast the next morning, purposely not trying to bite too hard to give him a payoff that might incentivize continued calls. But I also wasn't 100% that it was actually him and not another one of my douchebag friends. He gives a genuinely confused response. Well, whatever. So, a couple of days after the second call, I come home and I see that I had multiple messages on my answering machine. What the hell? I barely knew the thing even worked. It's the computer voice guy. Message 1. My machine cuts off first 1 to 2 seconds of the message, which tells me it's a bot set to play a message upon answer. It says, "Hi, Gary. I'm watching you." Message 2. "I thought I asked you to answer my calls, Gary." Message 3. "Where might Gary be on a Tuesday night?" Okay, so one of my friends is clearly an asshole or bored enough to really push for a reaction here. The next day, I play the messages for Cade, who was around during the calls, which were apparently earlier in the night when he was still awake. He'd been a close buddy since we were in junior high, but we'd sort of taken separate paths after high school. So, anyway, he's aware that I'm a wild child and thinks nothing of the first couple of messages. But by the third, he's a little spooked. I then walk down to a couple of other buddies' rooms and casually but immediately bring up the subject. Nada. Over the next couple of days, I press all close and semi-close friends, but I get 0 answers and 0 suspects. The calls started coming more frequently over the next couple of months, starting at once a week, then to once every 2 to 3 days, up to every single day by Christmas break. I don't say anything to my family at that point, although I really should have. What started out as a decent beginning of college turned into not showing up for any classes, tests, nothing. Grades reflect, and I am too busy answering for a 0.67 GPA to talk about some dumb prank that would likely be dismissed as a pathetic attempt at grades explanation. And so it goes. Uneventful break, and then back to school determined to become a new man. I gotta get my shit together with these grades, so I'm gonna tell Bill that I'm going to have to chill out and focus on school. The first night back, I get my first spring semester call from the computer voice guy. It says, "How is your family in Cyprus?" Which is my hometown suburb. Okay, now this is freaking bullshit, man. What kind of douche lords am I hanging out with that even have the discipline to drag out a prank this long? I get the answer to that question a few days later, and the answer is none of them. The calls become threatening and downright dark. One said, "I'm very interested, Gary, in being close to you." Yeah, with that kind of weird sentence structure like that. "I have tools I can bring. It is going to be all over soon." One day, I bring Bill and all my other buddies up to hear the messages. I never deleted a single one for some reason. I guess when things happen over longer periods of time, you don't really feel the cumulative impact until laying out the complete package of evidence. The guys are in shock. I guess that I should mention that some of these calls got really specific in making sure to note specific details about my parents' address as well as the violence that they are planning on doing to me. "Cut open your esophagus, Gary, with a butter knife." And all sorts of other crap that is sort of blurred together through the hundreds upon hundreds of calls that I got over the school year. A chick friend of mine that I really liked in high school goes to a different school hundreds of miles away. Let's call her Layla. We've reconnected thanks to the good old AIM, and we talk from time to time on the phone. Computer voice guy had mentioned a couple of times, "your friend," and made threats about this unspecified person from time to time. But your friend turned into your friend Layla. Layla and I are the only two people ever named in these calls, but it did get me wondering if this was a new lead to the source, and Layla is clueless when I call her about it. I know that background was long to read, but you'll understand why I had to explain the situation when I tell you about what happens next. One night, we were all partying and drinking at some hotel. A different buddy of mine, Carl, has a nice big truck and we'd all go everywhere in. But he had passed out drunk at the hotel after pounding an entire bottle of whatever the hell it was. I'm not really drinking tonight, and I want to get back to my own bed. So I snatched Carl's keys to drive back to campus, thinking that I'll drive back in the morning to get everyone. This was one of the few times that I've even driven that year, so I wasn't tip-top on my directions. I make an early turn, and I'm somehow down a road that I have never seen before. I realized this pretty quick, but I figured that I've got the general direction of campus peg, so I can just continue the wrong road until hitting the familiar highway that I knew that I'd eventually have to hit that is close to campus. I'm finding myself in open fields, paved road and everything, but aside from the road, there was absolutely nothing, and it was completely black. It was around 3 a.m. at this time. There's this really strange four-way stop that I come upon. Strange because I'm probably the fourth person in a year to drive on that road. Anyway, I just trudge along and eventually get to the familiar highway, and I'm home free. A few days later, computer voice guy interrupts his usual depraved threatening to mention that specific four-way, the day and the time that I was on it, which, like I said, was around 3 a.m. and there wasn't a soul in sight. So yeah, I now realize that computer voice guy is obviously tracking my movement somehow. Note that I later joined the military and I worked in the intelligence community and worked special operations and tracked bad guys all around the world. But to this day, I still can't figure out how this dude knew that I was in the middle of those fields on that date in the middle of the night. And I never mentioned it to anyone. At around March, this apparent rendezvous became computer voice guy's focal point, and he made sure to let me know the day way close. The calls were coming in no fewer than 10 or 15 every single day. Seriously, the ringer was now off out of courtesy to Cade, and I turned down the volume of the answering machine as his phone calls recorded. But I finally get the message that I've been waiting for. Keep in mind, I've now become somewhat famous at this university by now because of computer voice guy. People were constantly knocking on my door wanting to hear the messages, friend of whomever that I know. It was all people wanted to hear about at parties. Blah, blah, blah. For a split second, it was cool because I'm pretty sure that I ended up getting laid a couple of times indirectly from introductions conceived through the interest in the guy with the stalker. Don't judge me. Moving right along, the day, time, location are set. Computer voice guy says, "We will meet in front of Coleman Hall at midnight, Wednesday, 27 April, and we will take our friendship to the next level. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, throughout the year, I had considered the possibility that I was dealing with a female. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and I was definitely that kind of dude when I was 18 to 19 years old. The kind that could attract clinginess and anger. But I started to rule out female for various reasons that only a fellow ENFJ would understand. I can build profiles with a very high ratio of accuracy to available information. This creep just didn't feel like a female to me. It didn't even feel like a peer. I was convinced that I was dealing with a mid-30s white male computer nerd that I'd come into contact with at some point in my life. Doesn't really matter because what I ended up finding out on Wednesday, 27th of April, which by the way was Layla's birthday, I found out that I was wrong. Of course, everyone wants to be part of this juicy story, and there's a pretty ridiculous amount of testosterone floating around the dorm on game day. This was a real-life creepster and a legit horror story unfolding before their very eyes. And groupthink will subvert caution if properly motivated. These guys are ready to defend me with their lives, just ask them. So while these monkeys are getting all hopped up on Mountain Dew, I stay home that afternoon wondering what the hell I was going to do at midnight. Of course, I was going to go. But dude, yeah, I've always been an athlete in good shape. Wrestling, football, baseball teams, yada yada. But I'm still a 19-year-old white male, good parents, and grew up middle upper class white suburbia and had a good life. In other words, I can definitely hold my own in a street fight. But this, whatever this is, doesn't feel like anything like a street fight or any other kind of fight that I'd been in. This is a disturbed, violent, angry, possibly grown-ass psychopath that has decided to dedicate almost a full year now of his life to targeting and terrorizing me. So yeah, I'm a little frigging nervous. My home team crowd steadily built up throughout the afternoon and evening, with probably close to 70 or 80 guys grouped up at our dorm's common area. We were connected to the female dorm at the first floor. We were smoking cigarettes and talking about beating the shit out of people and getting fucked up and all the other generic cliche that you can imagine. And once the party hour approaches though, over half of the guys splinter off into other various propositions that probably included more traditional fun like beer bongs and sorority girls. So, I'm left with about a 15 to 20 member platoon. I decided earlier that I was not going to allow these knuckleheads to shadow me, but I could definitely use them in case of an emergency. I didn't want to risk him spooking out of the meet, so I let them know that they will need to stay inside the doors of the common area while I walk out to the meeting spot. Coleman Hall was adjacent to our connected girls' dorm and about 300 paces outside door to get to Coleman. Well, the witching hour came, so I leave the crew to begin the longest couple hundred or so paces of my life. My boys can see me through the glass doors, but wouldn't really be able to see much once I get to Coleman Hall door. About 100 paces out from my spot, I observe two things at the same time. One, some kind of small quick movement in front of the patio walkway that goes all the way around the building. And two, the movement was in a spot along the walkway where the only normally uber bright bulb is out. I'm not exactly sure how I was able to see him, but I suddenly realize that someone is crouched behind one of the cookie cutter bushes outside of the patio perimeter against one of the building pillars. In dark clothes and a hoodie, He is a few feet off from the path where I'm supposed to meet him and positioned to where I really should not have been able to see him, given the pillar blocking any shadow plus the burnt out light, which I later found out smashed. In fact, I could have easily walked all the way to the door without ever have noticed someone down there. Nope, I sort of jump mid-step as this happens, and I see him rise up a little thinking that I might have seen him. I see him rise up and take a step toward me, and fight or flight hits. I've learned that my particular fight or flight chooses fight in more mild situations, and flight during intense situations. But for shit your pants situations, it's scarier to run away with your back to whatever scary shit that I'm dealing with. So I fight. And before I realize what I'm doing, I'm in a dead sprint toward this motherfucker, who, I'm guessing, sees what I can't yet, which is my platoon busting through the glass doors in hot pursuit. The creepster nopes the fuck out of there, running on the patio alongside Coleman Hall toward the parking lot. I can tell that this isn't the mid-30s computer nerd that I predicted. Creepster is above average height, above average broad, and built athletically. That's all that I could tell, really. I'm not even sure if he was white, because he was at least tan, if not Hispanic, Middle Eastern, and etc. I'm really booking it as he turns on a dime at the edge of the building. I realize that I'm moving fast enough to catch him, but everyone else is really far behind. I also realize that I'm moving so fast that I won't be protected as I turn a hard right at the corner of the building. If he stops there, I'm toast. And as I turn the corner, I see the van sitting alone in the parking lot in front of me. It's running, and brake lights flicker on then off, park into drive, and begins inching forward toward the exit. Homesize is of course heading for the van, which for some reason sent this whole new level of fear into me. This is it. This is really happening, and I'm going to get freaking murdered tonight. But I can't stop. Something keeps me moving forward. I guess that I'd come this far, dealt with this crazy bullshit for almost a full year now, completely unable to do anything other than try to ignore it. I'm not exactly going places academically at this point, and my life doesn't quite have all that much purpose to it yet. If I am going to get schwacked, I will at least know, and this crap will at least be over. Plus, I still have a chance to catch this madman before he gets away. If I could just get close enough to dive tackle, I would still be on my own to deal with the creepster, his driver. And now I realize that there's a third one that was manning the sliding side door. Awesome. Just awesome. I don't care how badass you think you are when you're a 19-year-old jock. Your chances of taking down 3 grown men that are already violent criminals and prepared to victimize are about 1 in a not gonna fucking happen, buddy. My turn is wide and slow due to being full-on sprint, and I lose ground. I'm probably 20 yards from the lot when he does a flying leap into the side of the van. There couldn't have been any rows of seats for a leap like that, and creepster number 3 slams sliding doors shut as the van peels out of the parking lot, bangs a right, and then is gone in an instant. The relief of not being kidnapped, bound, and gagged in that van with 3 psychos who almost likely had some pretty horrific plans for me is now just as strong as the dread of the fact that this is still not over with. I am speechless, and so is my platoon as they catch up a minute later. A few of them caught up enough to witness the parking lot scene, but no one was talking. Testosterone has now been replaced with genuine and earnest concern. They all just stood there with me, catching their breath and making sure that I was all right. One guy asked if anyone got a plate number. Not even I did. There was not enough light. We finally start walking back, and I'm reliving the scene as we retrace our steps. As we get closer to the original meeting spot, I see something that scares me more than anything else in the entire equation has up to this point. On the opposite side of the pillar, where Creepy McCreeperson was crouching, there's a video camera sitting on a stand pointed right at the spot that I would have been standing at when I should have not been able to notice him. And it's still recording. I always saw Marilyn walking 3 huge dogs in the park. She was a little 5-foot woman walking these giant Bernese mountain dogs and handling it with ease. I was in love, even though I didn't know a single thing about her. I worked up the courage to talk to her. She was nice but hesitant. She seemed like an exceptionally wary person. I was patient, and I earned her trust. I slowly discovered that she was everything that I had built her up to be in my head, and then some. We dated for months, without her ever inviting me to her place. She always said she lived at the edge of town and hated it. But it was odd and unnerving. I spent a lot of my time wondering what the issue was. Was she married? Or a hoarder? We were 6 months in, and I had too many drinks when I confronted her on never inviting me over. I wasn't taking no for an answer. She had to bring me over, or I was breaking up with her. Marilyn brought me home, and she wasn't married, she wasn't a hoarder. She did live on the other edge of town in a little house filled with her giant dogs. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Well, things didn't stay that way. Marilyn's dogs behaved strangely. They would start barking or growling at random spots and corners of the house, as if there was an intruder. This also got worse in the middle of the night. The dogs constantly got up at around 3 a.m., barking and going crazy and sniffing all around the room while we slept. I think I knew what scent they were picking up on. It was a male scent. Musty cigarettes, sweat, and the sting of men's deodorant trying to cover it all up. It was so strong, and I was getting ready to confront Marilyn on it. Did she have a man who was staying there when I wasn't there? The power of the smell was undeniable, as was a strong presence of someone else in the house. I asked Marilyn about it. She was very matter-of-fact. She was haunted by a male spirit. It always lingered. She didn't think it was dangerous, but it was scary. And it wasn't the house. It was her. It had been with her for a couple of years now in different locations. She asked if it was a deal breaker. No, I was all in. I loved her. I could deal with ghosts. I could deal with feeling like I was always being watched. And I could deal with never feeling alone. I wasn't prepared to deal with what the actual reality was, though. We spent some time at Marilyn's place. Those supernatural oddities always lingered. She explained that she got the 3 giant dogs to protect her from whatever it was. Everything had become kind of a second nature to me, until one day, when we walked into the house and Marilyn peeped right back out the living room blinds. I keep seeing the same middle-aged woman wherever I go, Marilyn whispered. I had no idea at that time that that sentence was the opening line to a horror movie that the two of us were about to live. She's plain, always wearing a hat, sunglasses, super small, and always driving a white car, a Honda. Marilyn went on. I knew the car. I had seen it several times in the past few months. I also could picture a woman, hat, sunglasses, and small. She always seemed to be around like an extra in a movie about my life. It was my time to admit something to Marilyn. I had a stalker, and apparently, she was back. I dated a girl named Savannah for nearly a year in my early 20s. She came off as just sweet at first, obsessed with me in the right way, but then it became the wrong way. I'll spare too much detail, but at one point, I found out that she was secretly recording almost everything that we did in her apartment, and she collected random things of mine, like loose hairs, keeping socks and underwear, even nail clippings. She also seemed to be developing an inability to be away from me for any period of time. She was showing up at my office every day, making me go to long lunches. A couple of times, I was just running errands and I thought that she was following me in her car. It was too much. We had only been together for a few months. I broke it off. Savannah didn't take it well. She kept calling and then texting me nonstop. She kept showing up at my office, my house, and she wouldn't take no for an answer. I eventually threatened a restraining order and pressing charges. She was in medical school and wanted to become a doctor. She knew that that kind of thing could really affect her career, so she finally relented. I remained connected to Savannah on social media. It appeared she moved to another state and got a boyfriend and eventually married, and I mostly forgot about her. She was definitely the middle-aged woman who was following us though. Her build, the way she moved, it was all her. I just had never thought that it was possible. She was also clearly trying to make herself look older and more plain than she really was. A distant friend of mine that I hadn't talked to in years was still connected to her through his girlfriend. I hit him up to see if he knew what the deal was. My friend provided anything but comforting information about Savannah. She hadn't moved out of state, she wasn't married, she didn't have any kids, and as far as he knew, she still lived in the area with her parents. She had dropped out of med school and was a recluse. He also didn't think that she had social media. So I did some investigating. The social media accounts of Savannah's that I was still connected to were flimsy. Barely any friends or followers or content. I did some research of people that I knew that she was actually related to, and it looked like the man in her life was actually her sister's husbands and the kids, her niece and her nephew. She may have been maintaining them just to throw me off. It also started to click with me that I had seen that white car a lot even before I was with Marilyn. I had also seen a plain middle-aged woman with long black hair that I now thought looked like a wig, always wearing a ton of clothes even in the summer. I just never thought to think anything of it. I was sure Savannah had probably been stalking me all along. It probably never stopped. She was just turning up the heat since she saw me getting serious with Marilyn, feeling her grip slip away. I was going to follow through with a restraining order this time and pursue pushing Savannah away for the full extent of the law. The only problem was, I had to prove that it was her and she was doing it. Restraining orders are a lot harder to set up than you might think. I was always on the lookout for Savannah with my hand in my pocket, ready to whip out my phone to take a photo or a video. But it was like she knew, and I never saw her or her white car again. The only problem was the haunting and the agitation of Marilyn's dogs in her house got more and more intense. It seemed to be all hours of the day now and more jarring. The dogs getting full-on angry, and the presence in her house slamming and locking doors. It got so intense that we started setting up cameras around the house to try and capture something. It didn't work until one of them fell behind the couch and accidentally got aimed in the backyard for a day and night. The first video alert hit me during the day while I was at work. A neighborhood kid walked through the yard. Well, nothing sinister. It was so harmless that I didn't even remember to move the camera when I got home. The next time I woke up to a ring notification in the middle of the night, I checked the camera and I saw the neighborhood kid again, in the backyard again, but this time moving towards the back door. I was no longer just writing this off as an innocent neighborhood teenage boys will be boys moment. I shot out of bed, ran out of the bedroom, and I took to the living room flanked by all 3 dogs. I was startled by what waited for me inside the living room, not outside. A tall, young man faced the doorway, the image of his broad back, cloaked in a t-shirt flashing before my eyes for a second before he was gone. The dogs weren't bothered by the flash of a presence of the man. They ran right for the door and kept erupting with barking. And then I checked the Ring app. I saw the kid walking out to the backyard and disappearing into the darkness. I breathed a sigh of relief and I tried to calm the dogs down. Then I heard Marilyn scream from the bedroom. I rushed to the bedroom and I found Marilyn standing next to the bed and looking over at the window in horror. It was the middle of summer and we were fighting the heat sleeping with the windows open. I could visibly see the screen had been cut and the blinds in front of the window were swaying on a windless night. Someone tried to grab me," Marilyn whispered to me, staring at the darkness of the window. A thought came over at that moment, just before I started to comfort Marilyn. I wasn't so sure it was a neighborhood boy who terrorized us that night. The size, the movements on the Ring camera, it all added up to Savannah, but dressed as a teenage boy. I took the footage to the police and tried to get that restraining order on Savannah, and they said that it couldn't be proved that it was her in the videos. It was a failure, but it didn't matter because it all stopped. The appearances of Savannah and the haunting. Marilyn and I and the dogs were finally able to rest easy. We settled into life at her house, and we made it a year with everything going perfectly, and we fell full into love. I proposed, she said yes, and I moved into her place, and we slept with her giant dogs every night, safe and happy. The haunting started to pick up again. It was intense. We would be lying in bed and hear someone walking out in the hallway, or we would be in the bathroom and suddenly see a man standing behind us in the mirror. I had to learn to live with it though. I loved her, and it was just what it was. I just hoped that it would get better. Something else unfortunate started to happen after the haunting got bad for a while though. Savannah was back. It took a while to see it because she was changing vehicles so much and changing her looks. She'd gained a ton of weight and wore shoes which made her look taller. We went back to the process of trying to capture her in photos and videos, but again, she seemed to know when we were onto her and then disappeared. And there was another calm for a few weeks. It didn't feel the way the one did before though. It felt more like the eye of a storm. And it came at night again. A haunting. Marilyn and I were asleep in the middle of the night. All of the lights and electronics in our bedroom flashed on, and we woke right up. I saw the split-second image of a silhouette of a man by the bedroom door. It was such second nature to me at this point that I didn't even bat an eye. It was different this time though. The image of the man lingered, and I finally really got a good look at him. He was young, probably around 20, dark hair, dark features, tall, thin and a little rugged. I heard Marilyn whimper, and I looked over to her. She was crying as she looked at the young man. Then, my attention was drawn to the door as it opened slowly. I held my breath, and I saw a shadow step just inside the room. I saw the sight of a gun emerge from around the corner, and I froze like a deer in the headlights. Whoever was aiming that gun at Marilyn and I had a wide open shot. I could sense they were about to pull the trigger, so I closed my eyes. In that little moment of darkness, I heard a scuffle break out. I opened my eyes, and I saw the male figure wrestling in the doorway with whoever had the gun, and the male figure was winning, forcing them out of the room. I don't know what came over me, but I rushed in that direction, leaving Marilyn and the dog still frozen behind me. I was out in the hallway and watching the person with the gun get chased out of the house. I followed them into the living room where I saw a window broken out. For another time, I was able to recognize who was terrorizing us. I could see her small, frail frame trying to fight off this powerful spirit of a young man. There was no denying it. It was Savannah with a gun. I saw Savannah on the ground trying to fight off the spirit and struggling. For a second, I kind of felt sorry for her, down there on the ground, tiny and hurt and insane. I doubt stalking us and getting pummeled by a ghost was what she had always wanted in life. She was simply sick. Those thoughts were running through my head when I watched Savannah slip away from the spirit and rush out the window. I had a feeling that I was never going to actually see her again this time. But I also had a feeling about that with the spirit of the young man as well. I looked at his back as I heard Savannah run away into the night out the broken window. The spirit of the young man turned to me for a brief second, and I saw a sense of relief on his face for a moment. I felt someone approach me from behind. I was startled at first and turned around to see Marilyn and the dogs walking into the living room. The spirit of the young man finally turned around, and I watched him meet Marilyn's gaze. The two of them held eyes for a very long time, everyone silent. Tears gushed out of Marilyn's eyes now. I watched the spirit of the young man nod to her. I watched and heard Marilyn start to break down, and I looked over again, and the spirit of the young man was gone. Then I went to comfort Marilyn. I had connected some dots before Marilyn even started mapping them out to me. The spirit which had been hovering around us and haunting us was of her older brother, Casey. Casey died in a snowboarding accident years before, shattering Marilyn's young life. Her brother had been her hero and protector, and he was gone suddenly when she was in her vulnerable teenage years. Casey had always told Marilyn that he would always be there for her. She thought he was actually ramping up his presence and haunting when he knew that Savannah was hovering and coming for us. Casey pushing himself back into our world to protect her. The whole thing actually made Marilyn feel good. It gave her some sort of comfort and resolution with Casey. What happened with Savannah was not comforting. We had a ton of video evidence of her, and the police were finally okay with moving forward with several charges. One problem was, the police couldn't find Savannah. She had moved out of her parents' house weeks before, and no one had any contact with her. Marilyn and I weren't as scared as we could have been, though. We had a feeling someone would protect us. So about 6 months ago, I was at a dentist visit and I started chatting with a guy in the waiting room. He seemed really nice and was super cute, so we kept talking for a while afterwards. We exchanged numbers and I agreed to make plans later. But then, he sent me 30 pictures of himself immediately after we left, and I thought that was odd. Well, that was red flag number 1. Flash forward, we make plans to have dinner a couple of days later. He picks me up from my house and I know, that was not a smart idea. The dinner and conversation is good, but then he tells me an odd story. Red flag number 2. He said that last year he got in a shootout with his ex-girlfriend's brother. I asked him why they started shooting, and he said that he had no idea. I asked a few more questions about what happened, and he swore that he drove to her house to drop off things after they broke up, and her brother just started shooting at him, so he returned fire. So after that weird story, he says that he has 2 tickets to see a soul singer that we both enjoy for the following night. I agreed to go. He takes me back home, and I give him a quick kiss. I tried to pull away and he tries to kiss me again, so I give him a kiss on the cheek and then I pull away. He leans in for another kiss, but I say goodnight and then I go inside. Well, red flag number 3. After he got home, he texts me and asks, "I thought you really liked me. Why didn't I get a longer kiss?" I told him that I like to take things slow and a quick kiss is all I wanted for a first date. And he then proceeds to send me more pictures of himself. So, the next day he comes and picks me up for the concert. It's amazing, and I really enjoyed the show. I let him know beforehand that I had a flight to catch at 4 a.m. the next morning, so I wouldn't be able to hang out afterwards. Red flag number 4. While he's taking me back to my place, he asked if I want to get a hotel room with him for the night. I reminded him about my flight, and he then proceeds to ask me if I want to get freaky in the car. I couldn't believe that a grown man asked me that, so I said no. I was actually attracted to him and I could see us hooking up, but I had already told him that I didn't have a lot of time. Then, the final straw is he asked if he can come inside. What about "I don't have time tonight"? Did he not understand? At that point, I knew that I didn't want to see this guy again because I hate saying no more than once, especially to sex. I say goodnight and then I go inside. About 10 minutes later, I leave out again to grab something from the store and I pick something up for a neighbor. While I'm driving, I hear my FaceTime going off but I don't answer. And once I get in the store, I see that he has called me 10 times in a 5-minute span. I call him back thinking that I left something in his car. He said, "Where did you go?" "To the store? Why?" "I thought you were busy and needed to pack or something." "Well, I needed just a few things. Can I help you with something?" "It's not nice to lie, you know. You said you were too busy to go to the hotel, but now you're at a store?" "Well, I don't owe you an explanation of where I need to go. I'll text you later." I hang up, get what I need, and then I head back to my house. When I get back home, I notice that he is still parked out front. It's been about 45 minutes since he dropped me off, by the way. I ask him if everything is okay, and he shouts from his car window, "Where did you go?" "I told you I went to the store. Have a good night." I wave goodbye and walk my stuff inside. I'm pretty creeped out at this point, but I figured that he would leave. I go back out to go to my elderly neighbor, and I go back outside and he's gone. Or so I thought. I drive to my neighbor's around the corner and drop her stuff off. When I got back in my car, I hear a car racing at full speed ahead behind me. He followed me there. He pulls right beside me and then rolls his window down and shouts, "What are you doing?" "Why did you follow me?" I said. because I know this whole area. What house did you come out of?" "Well, that's none of your business. Please, don't follow me." "If you don't tell me what house you were in and what you were doing, I'm going to call the DEA and the police and have them surround this whole block." "What are you even talking about? Our date ended over an hour ago. You should have left." He drives away super fast, and at this point, I realize that this guy is nuts. I call my brother and I ask him to stay on the phone with me until I get back home. When I get back to my house, he is parked out front again. My brother tells me to drive to the nearest police station, so I started driving and the guy starts following me again. As I pull into the station, he realizes where I went and then finally drives away. I explained to an officer what happened and he offered to escort me home. When we get back to my house, guess what? Mr. Crazy Pants is parked out front again. He sees the officer behind me and then he drives away again. The officer offered to stay for a couple more hours. I didn't block Mr. Crazy right away because I wanted to be aware if he says anything else scary, so I would have that for the police report. About an hour later, the officer knocked on my door and made me aware that the guy was trying to sit at the corner and was probably trying to park outside my house again. The officer pulled him over and told him to leave, and thankfully, the officer also escorted him out of my neighborhood. After that, he then texts me, "I see you're sneaky. I threatened to call the police on you because you were being a sneaky liar, and you called them on me? Real disrespectful. I should have called them on you first." "I didn't call the police. I went to the station because you were following me," I said. And then he said, "I was following you for my safety. You lied about where you were going. You know what I've been through." I asked him, "Well, if you weren't feeling safe, why didn't you just go home?" And then he answered, "Why didn't you tell me you were going?" At this point, I stopped responding and I turned my phone off. And the next morning, I checked my phone and he has sent me over 50 texts with memes about trust and respect. I get ready for my flight and my uncle comes to pick me up to file a police report, and after that I block him. For the next week, I had my uncle or another male friend escort me to my house. I never saw him again, but he did text me from a texting app saying that he loved me and wanted to start over. I blocked him again, and I haven't heard from him since. The most valuable lesson that I learned was to trust my instincts. I knew something was off about him, so I should have never agreed on a second date. Also, never ever let someone that you just met know where you live or your address, especially if it's a first date. I always follow that rule, but I just let my guard down this time, against my better judgment, and I could have been harmed. So, to the guy who threatened to call the police on me for not having sex with him, let's not meet again. This happened years ago when I was around age 19 or 20 and I worked retail part-time at the mall. I was the closing shift that night and left around 10:30 p.m. to head home. I often took the inside streets versus the freeway, which included a small stretch of back road that was usually pretty empty, especially during that time of the night. This particular night though, I noticed a car about 10 minutes into my 30-minute drive going the same way as me, but I didn't think much of it. As we are approaching the stretch of back road that's usually deserted at that time, the driver behind me starts flashing their high beams and slowing down/speeding up while tailgating me. I remember feeling panicked that they might hit my car. Eventually, the car pulls up beside me, and now I can see a middle-aged man who is pointing towards the back of my car and then motioning for me to roll my window down. I roll my window down about halfway, and he says something about how my tire looks like it's flattening and I'm going to damage the rim if I don't pull over soon. I tell him that I don't know how to change a tire, but I'm not too far from home, so I should be fine. But he's pretty insistent about how it will only take a few minutes, and he is happy to help. I know something is off because my car seems to be driving fine, so I politely say that I'm fine but thanks anyways, and then I roll up my window. He drives next to me for what feels like forever, but it couldn't have been more than another minute or so. At this point, something feels so off that I'm afraid to even physically look in his direction. I focus on the road the best that I can, and eventually, he slows down and moves behind me again. After a few minutes, we reach a more populated, well-lit part of town, and I see him make a U-turn. I get home, and I take a look, and my tire is perfectly fine. I have no idea if he followed me from the mall or what that man's intentions were, but I think it's safe to say that they weren't anything good. I even had my dad check all my tires the next morning, and the tire pressure on them was in the normal range. I still think of this night from time to time, and it makes me nauseous to think about how different things might be today if I had decided to pull over that night. Back in 2021, I used to deliver for Uber Eats on my e-scooter when I needed some extra cash. I preferred working late nights from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. The tips were better, and I didn't have to worry about as many people. On this particular night in August at about 1 a.m., a delivery took me to an apartment complex by a university close to the edge of my city. I loved doing deliveries by this university. There was a nice bike trail that I would ride on for a while after dropping off orders. The customers get their Taco Bell, and then I turn around, excited for my little ride. Near the intersection that leads to the university and the trail, there's a weird circular median, not a roundabout, and a little strip mall to my left. As I'm coasting down to the intersection, a black Dodge Charger quickly turns out in front of me and then circles around the median, turning back into the strip mall to park, facing the trail in the other side of the road. I immediately noticed three things. 1, there were no plates, front or back. And 2, the windows were incredibly tinted. It was night, but still, I could see absolutely nothing. And number 3, his headlights weren't on. I just got an insanely weird feeling. It didn't have any hallmarks of an undercover cop car. Something was just wrong about it. I get up to the little intersection, hop onto the sidewalk to press the crosswalk button, and get across quicker. And I see a dude on a bike on the other side of the intersection, obviously staring at the car. The bike dude is also in front of the beginning of the trail, so I decided to ask him about the car as I crossed the intersection. I have never seen a man that looked so spent. He was skinny and just looked exhausted. He didn't seem like he was on anything despite how rail thin he was. As I approached the dude on the bike, the person in the car turns the fucking headlights on, illuminating us across the street. I was honestly kind of freaking out at this point, and I just wanted any kind of context or information. He told me that the man in that car had been following him for weeks now, and that he didn't know what to do. I suggested calling the police, and he immediately shot it down. He said that he'd tried, and they wouldn't help him. I asked why they didn't, and he implied that the guy in the car was affiliated with the police. I asked if there was anything that I could do to help. and he just told me to leave. He said that there was nothing that I could do for him and it was best to not involve myself. His tone was dead serious. No longer in the mood for a trail ride, I take his advice and I get the fuck out of there. As I begin riding off, the car cuts the headlights back off and turns back out across the circular median. This time, coming to a stop in the road leading from the apartment complex instead of making a full circle. The bike dude was still just standing there. Neither bike dude nor the guy in the car were there when I first approached to make the delivery. It was genuinely the most freaky and weird thing that I have ever seen. I still don't know what to make of it because the car was 100% fucking with the guy. But for weeks, like he said? And for what purpose? I've also been around people in psychosis before, and if he was mentally ill or tweaking, he was doing a damn good job at hiding it. I honestly wish that I'd ask him more questions, but I felt a pit in my stomach from the time that I saw the car until it was finally out of my sight. I could have also been overblowing it, but I felt like prey, you know? Maybe someone else has some insight. I have a story that actually happened back when I was in middle school, and it was probably one of the freakiest things that I've ever experienced. Thankfully, this didn't happen to me, but it did happen to a friend of mine. For a bit of backstory, I went to a public school that was in a fairly shady part of the state that I lived in, and at an early age, I learned that people could be absolute creeps. I mean, when I was 18, I was actually stabbed at a gas station because I took the last blue Monster Energy drink that was on the shelf. What's worse is that the guy that stabbed me then took my Monster drink and then poured it all on my face before he took off and left me for dead. Maybe I could send you that story in more detail someday, but that's not what the story is about. That said, I think it gives you a good idea of what my town is like. My school, on the other hand, was actually a pretty nice building, and most of the staff and students were respectful. That said, there was one teacher that was an absolute creep. He was a computer and technology teacher, and he was seriously an absolute skis. I won't use his real name because I don't want people to track the story down and then get my friend's name. So we're just going to call him Mr. Peters. Like I said, Mr. Peters was a computer and technology class instructor, which was basically just us learning how to use Windows XP, Office programs, and learning how to type without looking at the keyboard. I don't know if he was the only person in town that knew how to teach the class, because it seemed like he was able to get away with more than any other teacher that I'd ever known. He would make incredibly inappropriate comments to pretty much every single girl in class. He would gossip with the guys and ask them personal and sexual questions, and he would always try to guilt us into giving him a hug. It was creepy. Like, super creepy. And thinking back to it right now seriously makes me feel a bit sick to my stomach. He had been reported a few times before, and he was put on probation. But he would keep his bullshit up and nothing would seemingly ever happen. Unfortunately, my best friend, Ashley, was one of the girls that he had taken a particular liking to. Ashley was a rather pretty redhead, and she looked older than she was, if that makes sense, you know. She would always mention to me that he said something to her, or made a snide sexual comment to her, or that he would put his hand on the small of her back when he hugged her. Basically, she would tell me each and every time that he would do something, and it seemed like it was just getting worse each day. I think that's enough background or explanation for who this guy was and the whole situation as it was with Ashley. Now, as I said, it seemed like it was escalating a lot with each day, and she was telling me more and more that this guy was doing and saying to her. I kept telling her that she needed to tell her parents, to tell the principal, hell, tell the police about what was going on. But she was nervous about doing so. At that time, that was frustrating, but I do get it now though. I think she thought that it was her fault or that they would think less of her for the whole thing. The day that things hit their worst was actually October 11th, which was Ashley's birthday. And I remember that because she and I walked to school, and she was super excited because that weekend, she and I were supposed to go to the mall and then to the movies, and then I was supposed to spend the weekend at her house. It was planned out as an awesome weekend. And then, that morning, we got to school and we were waiting outside for the first bell to ring when Mr. Peters walked out onto the courtyard area where Ashley and I were standing. I told her not to look up, and I mentioned that we should walk away so he didn't see us. I said so half-jokingly, but she said it was fine and that he would probably ignore us if we didn't make eye contact. And fortunately, she was incorrect when she said that, because neither of us looked at him, but a moment or two later, I hear him say, "Good morning, Ashley," in an excited tone. She huffed and then turned toward him and said good morning back in a fairly stale tone. I could tell that she was really not happy with the fact that he was out here and talking to us. He then starts in and tells her happy birthday and starts asking if she has any plans. She tells him that she didn't have any plans and just said thanks, and again, completely wanting to disregard that he was even talking to her. After trying to make some small talk for a few more moments, he then tells her that he needs her to come with him before class because he has a present for her. With how much of a creep he was, my mind immediately went into the gutter, and my nonverbals probably showed it. I told her that we needed to get in because the bell was about to ring, but he was insistent that it would only be for a few moments, and that she wouldn't be late for the first hour. She told me to go ahead, and that she would be right behind me. I was hesitant to walk away, but he was an authority figure, and we were just kids, you know, and I feel like she was confident that it was just going to be a quick thing. I very much wish that she was right, or that I had gone with her, or that we had just walked away and gone to class, because what unfolded after this was horrible. I walked away and she went with him, and I went ahead and went in, and when the first bell rang, I went to my first hour class. Somewhere around 10 minutes into class, an announcement came over the loudspeaker to inform the teachers that the school was on lockdown and that no students were to enter or leave their rooms until they gave the go-ahead. This was really strange, as the school had literally never had a problem or had to go into any security protocols before. So to have the school go straight into a lockdown was really weird. The school was locked down for several hours, and at the end of it, we were actually all released to our parents. It took a while for me to get any information, but I kind of started putting 2 and 2 together on my own. Creepy teacher asked Ashley to come with him for a birthday present. The school got put on a lockdown soon after, and the school released us to our parents in the middle of the morning. I had a bad feeling about what had happened. And that bad feeling proved to be right. I eventually did get a fairly detailed description of what happened from a few different people, one of them actually being Ashley herself. When I left, and the 2 of them went to go get the present, he mentioned that it was actually in his car, so she would have to follow him out to the parking lot. She did, and as you would probably imagine, When they got to the car and he opened the back door, he overpowered her and then shoved her into the back seat and then shut the door on her. He then jumped in the driver's seat and then seriously took off. Thankfully, one of the other staff members had seen what happened, and they immediately called the police and informed the school security, which is what set the school into lockdown. Ashley told me that she had tried to get out, but the child safety locks were on and she couldn't open the doors, which, if I may say, is an incredibly terrifying situation to be in. She said that Mr. Peters drove off the school lot and then started heading toward the highway. And for the most part, all she could remember was crying and screaming at him to let her go. She said that he completely ignored her and that he seemed to be super focused on driving. And after a few minutes of driving, she actually asked him where he was going to take her, and he just said, "I don't know yet." So he really hadn't planned this out. As soon as they got onto the highway, there was a cop car waiting for them on the shoulder, and they started to pursue him. This led one of the only high-speed chases in my city, and actually crossed over a couple counties. Obviously, this wasn't an ideal situation. They couldn't do much to pit him because there was a 15-year-old girl in the car, but they had to do something to stop him. And after chasing him for around 20 to 30 minutes, one of the officers attempted to get in front of him to stop him, and Mr. Peters actually lost control of the vehicle, sending it off into the ravine on the side of the interstate, and then flipping the car several times. When police got to the vehicle, Mr. Peters was dead from the impact, and Ashley was barely making any sounds in the backseat. Obviously, she made it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tell me about what happened, but she didn't make it out unscathed though. Ignoring the obvious mental trauma, her left leg ended up pinned into the door, and she ended up losing it. Thankfully, that was her only physical injury. I didn't ask the details about Mr. Peters, but she mentioned to me that it was obvious that he was dead when the car crashed. All of this came to be because of one creep deciding that he wanted to kidnap a young girl. Because of his actions, he's dead, and she's permanently disabled, and she will always have this horrifying memory of what he did and what could have happened. Thankfully, she was able to move forward with her life, but I will always have this feeling that if I would have done more that morning, all of this may have been avoided. For context, I am from a small town that houses 3 different elementary schools and only one middle school and high school. They were connected by the gymnasium and a tunnel between the 2 buildings. I had lived there my entire life, and I went to a different school than most other people that is mentioned in the story. Back when I was in middle school, I had a litany of bullies who loved making every moment of my day a living hell. They did pretty much everything that you could think of, ranging from pranks in the middle of class to downright physical assault. But all of them were nothing compared to this one girl that I met at the beginning of 7th grade, whom we're going to call Sadie. Sadie was a stereotypical mean girl in every sense of the word, loved fashion, had a gaggle of friends willing to do her bidding, and every guy was into her or wanted her. She was the kid with the highest amounts of detentions. She argued a lot with the teachers, and the principal pretty much did nothing about her actions, and made a habit of having fun with some specific kids, which included me. I was a plus-size kid, a scaredy cat, gullible, and a bit of a pushover, but I did try to do well in school and kept to myself. But that didn't do much. As soon as Sadie took notice of me, she took it upon herself to make sure that every time we even saw each other, that she would make me miserable. At the beginning, it wasn't anything much. She started rumors about me, talked shit about me online. I didn't have social media yet, so I didn't find that out until later. And in school, she threw things at me that ranged from her garbage to one of her textbooks. It wasn't terrible at first. Sadie was annoying, sure, but I had workarounds, so I just ignored her. But when other kids saw that I wasn't going to fight back, they joined in and took things way too far. Almost daily, I have been chased in halls, ganged up on in the bathrooms, had my food stolen, gotten blamed by the teachers for their dumb actions in class, and many other things. These kids had me on edge and feeling practically worthless for the entire school year, to the point of me considering just running away to avoid the hell of going back to school. Why didn't I tell the school, you may ask? Well, I tried dozens of times. Teachers, guidance counselors, even the principal, but they didn't care. The school was honestly not the best, and they were pretty much negligent to everything that didn't involve funds, sports events, and the GPA for the year. So, they gave no heed to me when I tried to tell them what was going on with Sadie and also her lackeys. These are some of their real responses from incidents that happened. When I had gotten my backpack thrown down the stairs and the calculator inside that I brought from home got broken, they said, "Well, it's your property, it's your problem." When Sadie had written a fat joke alongside a slur on my locker door in permanent marker, they said, "You have no evidence it was her." When Sadie's boy toy and his friends cornered me outside the changing rooms for gym to ask me for something, they said, "Well, they were probably just kidding around." All of them spearheaded by Sadie, who was practically in charge that year, and nothing she did was getting her into trouble. Well, summer could not come fast enough that year. By the time 7th grade was over, they let those kids get away with so much that I honestly gave up on trying to get outside help at that point. As I got some personal help that summer, I decided that things would be different by the time that I had to go back to school for the following year, that I wasn't going to be Sadie's personal punching bag anymore. When 8th grade started up, I was ready. I learned MMA self-defense and defended myself vocally. I wasn't so quiet anymore, and I fought back. And it worked. None of the old bullies from last year even looked my way again, except for Sadie, who still tried to pull her usual stunts. But the longer I showed her that I didn't care, the more it pissed her off. Honestly, it felt like ample revenge to all of the shit that she put me through last year. Sadie, however, would not let it go for the life of her. I didn't know it then, but this whole act of hers would end up taking a bad turn. One day, I was walking to the gym, with Sadie following close behind me. She did not share a gym class with me, but she did like following me around in between classes and trying to get a rise out of me. This day, however, was not great for me. I don't exactly remember why now, but I was stressed out and I kept getting pissed over whatever went wrong that day. Sadie following behind me, trying out different insults and comments about me, sent me over the edge. So in a quick motion, I stopped walking. I spun around, pushed Sadie backwards, and then I spit towards her, with it landing on her leg. I told her to just fuck off and leave me alone. I didn't know what I was really expecting her reaction to be, but it sure as hell wasn't what she did. Sadie just stood there, frozen, staring at me. I expected her to be coughing up blood from range, or her screaming or anything at all, but she just stood there, as if a deer in headlights. I didn't think about it at that time, as I left for gym not long after, and I eventually forgot about it. After school, I was walking across the school building to head for the parking lot next to the high school building, which was where I had to catch the bus. Everything felt normal until I saw Sadie not far behind me. I didn't think anything weird of it, so I just ignored it and kept walking. Until I noticed that she was taking the same path that I was to the buses. This wouldn't be odd if she actually rode the buses at all. Sadie walked to and from school every single day. If not that, someone would come pick her up. But the carpool lot was in the opposite direction of the buses. I took a different path than my normal route, around the back of the school. I looked back to check and, yep, Sadie was taking the exact same path I was, and she stopped walking every time that I looked back at her. I began picking up the pace a bit, and from behind, I could hear her running to catch up. And by the time that I was nearing the bus lot, she was somewhere around 10 feet right behind me, still jogging to follow me. I definitely did not want her to learn which bus was mine, nor did I want her to follow me home, so I decided to fake her out. I jumped onto a different bus, much to the dismay of the driver, and Sadie ran in after me. After she got in the front of the bus driver to yell at her about something, I then ran off and raced to my actual bus, which was all the way on the other end where this particular bus was. I then got in, and the bus drove away just as Sadie got off to see where I went. The next day, I didn't see Sadie anywhere at school, not in any of the classes, not at lunch, not even after school either. I asked, but nobody knew where she went. This went on for the rest of the week. The bus incident took place on a Monday, and the disappearing act happened on Tuesday. So by Thursday, I began to relax about the whole thing. I still didn't understand what Sadie was doing with the whole bus incident, but as long as she was gone, things felt okay. Until Friday afternoon came along. Like the last few days, Sadie wasn't there, so I was pretty relaxed for most of it. When the end of the school day came, I was about to walk out the front doors to the building when something stopped me. I had a horrible feeling in my stomach telling me not to go outside. I had no idea where that came from, but I thought that it was just my leftover anxiety playing tricks on me. So I headed out anyway, not still twisting. The middle school and high school were all a part of one connecting path system, which means we all had hallways and walkways connecting both the main middle school and the main high school buildings, with one long sidewalk path out front. The parking lot where I had to walk to my bus was on the opposite end of this long sidewalk, which ran in front of both the middle school and in front of the high school. This can make for a pretty long walk, and the doors leading into the high school, often flooded with students, make for some interesting obstacles. This would all come into play when this happened. I just walked down the outside stairs to the sidewalk when I saw someone run around a corner from the building. I looked over, and it was Sadie. She was looking as pissed as a rabid dog, full sprinting right towards me. I bolted, running faster than I ever had in my whole life, running off nothing but pure adrenaline and fear. But Sadie was catching up quickly behind me, and all I could do was run and pray for help. I dodged between crowds of kids and just tried that to lose her somewhere in the masses, not caring at all if I bumped into people, only afraid that Sadie was still behind me. By the time that I reached the buses, I didn't see her anywhere, so I stopped and I nearly collapsed to catch my breath. I felt relief for only a second until she popped out of nowhere from the side of the crowd and then lunged at me. Sadie grabbed me by the hair and backpack, swinging me around in a circle as I tried to get her off of me. She kept pulling and jerking so much that I felt my hair being ripped at some points, but she kept going. I screamed for help, kicking and punching blindly in Sadie's direction, but either nobody wanted to get involved or were too scared to break us up because there was nobody who came forward. Sadie let go of my hair to reach for something behind her, and what happened next was only a miracle. My older brother was walking out of the high school drinking a soda when he saw the scene and ran to help. He was the only one who knew about Sadie and recognized her when he had gotten to school in the mornings. He threw his soda at Sadie's head, which startled her enough to let me go and drop whatever she was holding. I grabbed my brother, and we took off for the bus, making it just before it drove off. And after we found a seat, I looked back outside. What I saw still gives me chills. Sadie was on the ground, arms pinned by a teacher, and right on the ground next to her was an open hunting knife. I knew without a doubt that it was hers because the sound that I heard when she dropped it earlier. Next Monday, I got called down to the office where my brother was also waiting. We got pulled into the counselor's office where there were 2 police officers waiting. Apparently, after we ran, a high school teacher saw Sadie picking up the weapon and apprehended her, while another person called the police, and they got Sadie into interrogation, and now they needed to hear what happened from me. I practically broke down right then and there, and I told them everything. What Sadie did to me last year, what I almost did because of her torment, the bus incident the week prior, and what happened on the sidewalk. My brother put his arm around me while I just sat there, nearly sobbing my words out. The police and the counselor just sat there writing down what I said, but they looked on sympathetically. One of the officers asked me if I would like to tell my parents so that they could press charges. At this point, I just wanted everything to end about this horrible situation and be done with it. So I just told them to do whatever they wanted, and I just wanted this to stop. The counselor could tell that I was already upset enough, so he sent me back to class. Me and my brother then made a promise to never speak of this again. Sadie ended up getting into juvie for the rest of the school year, all the way until halfway through the second semester of freshman year of high school. The school also had some changes to it too. Police officers were now on duty during school hours in the middle and high schools. We had stricter policies with bullying, and kids could now stay with teachers before, during, and after school if they needed to. I never saw Sadie again after that, not even in passing. I later learned from one of her old friends that after senior year, she dropped out to get her GED because the incident on her police record meant college was impossible. It's been over 9 years since that day on the sidewalk. I will admit, this is honestly not as bad as what other kids probably had to go through. But I still feel the trauma from that time in middle school, and especially from what Sadie did to me. After middle school, I had developed depression, severe social anxiety, and PTSD from the bullies. I can't fully blame the situation for everything, as maybe if I pushed a bit harder with the teachers and the principal, maybe this wouldn't have happened in the first place. But eventually, things did end up getting better. I just wish I could go back to my 13-year-old self that had to endure all of that to say that everything was going to be okay. I am doing better now, and I am looking into therapy. I am in university right now, and I cannot be prouder of how far I've come. So, to the psychopath of a bully that tormented me all those years ago and almost stabbed me, let's not meet again. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I would also like to give some extra love to my Patreon members, my channel members, and also my tippers. Thank you so much. If you would like to extend a little bit more support for the channel, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. If you would like to become a Patreon member, a channel member, a tipper, or even to buy merch, check out the links in the description below. Again, thank you. And I hope you stay scared, because your fear feeds me.